Hello, good afternoon, everyone. We'll call the meeting to order at 2 p.m. Let the record reflect that both Councilmember Cost and Councilwoman Trinity Palagbanu are present, with Councilman Jackson absent as of right now. May I have a motion for the September 23rd minutes?
I'll move the minutes as written.
Right, that's a proper motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes. Any public comment at this time? All right, so if anyone,
I'm sorry. I don't believe you read it.
oh, you know what?
Oh,
You
no,
were.
I was not.
Yeah.
Okay, well, then I will move the September 23rd, 2025 minutes as written.
Thank you. Kind of glue, all proper motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right.
Sorry about
passes.
that.
Thank you, Sherry. So with no public comment, and if anyone joins us, we'll give them the floor. And at this time, we'll present our first candidate.
Did you want to go over?
Yep, our first candidate. So we'll get him back to the space. And before then, we want to ensure that all interview candidates are on equal footing and ensure that an equitable process for these interviews will be held as an open meeting as required by our Open Meetings Act, but will not be simultaneously live streamed by YouTube. The meetings will be posted on the City Council's YouTube channel once all interviews are concluded. And at this time, I will now direct City TV to stop the live feed.
And Councilmember Jackson's in the elevator, so I will go get the first applicant and I'll probably meet him at the same time.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Now that's all four of us are here. 2.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Two is.
Yeah.
So if I have issue, I'll see you. This is the
I
third.
don't know if we want those problems. I don't know if we put that deficit.
I was surprised to see the Comerica third thing. That's a pretty big merger.
It's big, for sure. Hey, Brian.
Brian.
Doesn't surprise me though.
How are you? Good, thank you.
My turn to floor to you.
You want to come on in?
My turn to floor
This
to
is
you.
the Committee on Personnel, and we also have HR and Law here, so they'll do some introductions, but if you want to go ahead and have a seat down there.
There is a specific chair that works best.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. It's Cameron Crawford, correct?
That's
I
correct.
want to make sure I have pronunciations. So before we get started, we'll go around and make introductions, and then I'll turn the floor over to our HR rep, and then we'll get started.
Excellent, thank you.
Oh, sure. Greg Venker, I'm the city attorney. Nice to meet you.
We met briefly. I'm the City Council Office Manager.
Councilwoman Tamara Carter.
And I am Councilperson Ryan Koss, President, Lansing City Council, and this is the Vice President.
I am a council member at large, Trinity Palagbanu.
Councilperson Brian Jackson.
Keisha McKitty, HR Specialist. Elizabeth O'Leary, HR Director.
You. And so I will turn the floor over to Ms. Keisha.
Welcome, Cameron, to the interview for the legislative analyst position. The purpose of this interview is for us to become acquainted with you and your skills relative to this position. Just so that you know, this position is hybrid option and was posted as such. That being said, it will not be 100% remote. There are meetings you will need to attend in person, and some meetings will be live. In addition, if you live out of state or chosen for this position, there will be funds in the budget to provide your moving expenses or reimbursement. That being said, are you still interested in this interview?
Oh, absolutely. I live in the area, so it works
Okay,
out well for me.
Very good. Very good. Well, with that said, we're going to go ahead and turn it back over to City Council.
Thank you again for joining us today. So we have a series of questions that we're going to go over. And at the end of the questions, if you have anything that you would like to add or any further questions, by all means, feel free to ask. Does that sound good?
Yes, sounds great.
We'll do a little bit of a rotation, just so you know. All right, Mr. Crawford, please tell us about some of your experiences with the legislative process, data analysis, and policy evaluation.
Absolutely. So I went to Michigan State University. I don't know if there's any alum here, but go green. Right. Yeah, so I was at James Madison College. So during my time there, I spent 4 years studying social relations and policy was my main focus for my major. And during that time, I also had a great amount of experience in a range of policy, whether that be I studied social security, I studied immigration policy, I studied civil rights policy as well. And then to go alongside that, I also spent roughly a year at the Center for Community and Economic Development with MSU. During that time, I wrote primarily about circular economics. I also helped partner with other businesses to kind of foster just like meaningful relationships and promote different things. Our main collaboration was with the Michigan Inventors Coalition, which obviously doesn't necessarily hold a place with policy, but it was just good to build connections, that kind of thing. And most recently, I spent time with the Department of Civil Rights, and I was under the Division of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing. During my time there, I worked as a student assistant. So most of my work that I did for the first 7 months or so during my time there was working with general clerical work and research. So I was just kind of filling needs that they needed, sort of helping build trainings and that kind of thing for staff, and also fostering connections with campus like connections and whatnot. So mainly MSU, seeing as that's where I was, but also reaching out to U of M, Central, places like that. During the last few months, I did have more of a hand in actually helping with specific cases because they sort of ran out of things for me to do. So I was helping, again, be more involved. And during that time, we only really had 2 cases because I didn't have much time left with them as I was no longer a student because I graduated back in spring of this year. But that said, I did spend time at kind of updating myself on local city ordinances on specifically for Monroe, because there was a case that we had in which we had to help a mother install some signage on her street because she has a deaf and autistic child, and the city had denied her request for the signage. So we were trying to kind of figure out if there were any strings we could pull and figure out the ways in which we could help her. But as I said, just between my 4 years at MSU, as well as the couple of years that I've had since then, kind of in different fields, I feel that I've really built a strong foundation of policy research and reports as well. Obviously, I've done plenty of writing as well as presentations on various policy.
Thank you. Can you please describe how you adapt to new information you obtained during your research?
Absolutely. Yep. So I am an individual that likes to be as informed as possible, especially when it comes to issues that I care about. So, since middle school, in fact, I took debate club very early on. And obviously information helped impact the way that I both view policy as well as would like to enact policy, because I am the type of individual that would prefer to have a strong foundation of data to go off of in order to support my claims. So I would just say that I've learned very much to look for a diverse array of information, make sure that the information is all accurate. That way I can create the best informed decisions based on the data that's available. That kind of thing.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move on to question 3. So can you tell us about 1 or 2 policies you've gathered and analyzed data for policy recommendation in which you played a key role that resulted in cost savings, streamlined and improved processes and procedures, or policy changes?
Absolutely. So one such instant, I will say, I have not had necessarily impact because during my internships, I've played more of an assistant type of role during those times. But I have had plenty of experience, as I said, researching policy. And during my time with JMC, there were times where we were meant to sort of write about policy recommendations, that sort of thing. So as I said before, during my internship with CCED with MSU, I primarily researched circular economics. And because of that, my senior seminar was primarily focused on environmental protection. And so for that reason, towards the end of the semester, we were meant to sort of submit a project that involved a policy recommendation, that sort of thing. So of course I recommended, a transition towards circular economics, and the whole foundation of that as a concept is to help businesses move towards more sustainability, which not only would affect their customer client base, but would also help them ultimately make more money in the long term, that sort of thing. So as far as cost savings go, that would be sort of akin to that type of thing. And then once again, as I said before, my time with FDCR, for example, it wasn't necessarily to affect policy decisions because that was just a little bit above my pay grade. But that being said, it was primarily to just help out individuals. The cases that we had were very small, so I didn't so much recommend policy as I did kind of go off of pre-existing policy, that sort of thing. And I was sort of able to help direct some of our clients to some of the pre-existing things so that we had some sort of, I'm forgetting the word now, I'm spacing out, I apologize, some sort of foundation to go off, I suppose. That way we were just good to help people out. But yeah, again, it's the sort of thing where I feel comfortable. Like I've been acquainted with plenty of policy over time, especially during my time at college. I've been sort of socialized in that sphere, and I would certainly be comfortable with recommending policy and or breaking it down for better information, both for communities and for council members, that sort of thing.
Thank you. And then my next question is, please describe how your responsibilities have changed during your time performing data analysis or policy evaluation and the scope of your current responsibilities.
Absolutely. So during my time with MDCR, my role, as I said before, was largely in the first 7 months was largely just research and helping create sort of documents that would have helped both my supervisors as well as staff, because I believe a lot of the first project they assigned to initially was they wanted me to essentially compile a list of deafblind and hard of hearing resources for the deafblind and hard of hearing community in Michigan, so that it was kind of like a sort of like a be all end all of just resources that people can be connected to, that sort of thing. So during that time, I did something that I don't normally do, or hadn't normally done up until that point, I should say, which was actually going out and contacting a lot of the people that we had listed prior to ensure that the information that we had on them was both accurate, up to date, and to see if there was anything they wanted added or taken out, because whether or not there were services they had or no longer had, whatever the case was. So during that time, of course, I had experienced more, or I was able to gain more experience in actually reaching out to individuals, making sure that there was enough engagement between parties. That way that we could have like as much information as possible, and as well as like the most information that would have helped the people that may be like contacting us for assistance. So that's one way I would say that it's kind of changed over time, is just I've learned to not only research on my own terms, but also reach out to others, assuming that, that it's another community that we need to reach out to, or organization that we need to reach out to, just to make sure that everything is up to date and accurate. Obviously, I'm very comfortable talking to plenty of people. So if it's the sort of the thing where I need to present my findings, that's something I also practiced plenty while I was in school. And just, again, presenting data, presenting claims, that sort of thing. So it's something I've become very accustomed to and very comfortable with. So that's the sort of thing where I was sort of always used to it. And I've been used to, again, just using both qualitative and quantitative data, working with that kind of thing. But yeah, I think that covers it.
Great, thank you.
All right. How do you approach analyzing a new policy proposal?
For sure. So I am the type of person who, I mean, JMC is full of incredibly smart people, a lot of people who are like very intelligent. But it is also the kind of thing where I like to consider myself intelligent, but I'd like to consider myself very like of the people, quote unquote, I guess. So I like to try and create things that are as accessible as possible. So whenever I was writing, I'd like to try and make it as concise as possible. And I also like to try and make it as accessible as possible for anybody reading, because I just wanted to assume that obviously my professors were the one reading it. They're all very intelligent, but it was just a matter of that's just my style of writing, and that's the way that I've always been. So if there's a policy initiative, I like to ensure that it is as accessible as possible for any individuals that may be reading it or may be affected, that sort of thing. I'd say that's that's probably the gist of it, but it is a matter of, again, I'm also a detail-oriented individual, and I want to focus on every possible impact that a policy proposal may have. I also want to ensure that everybody's voices are being accurately represented in that sort of policy as well. But I'd say that covers it.
Okay. Next, what do you think are key skills needed for a successful policy analyst?
I think stakeholder engagement is one, absolutely. Being able to know who's being affected, keeping in mind the community's voice. That's something I care about very much, because the city has given a lot back to me, especially I did not grow up here. I would like to try and give back. In fact, that's one of the reasons I'm glad to be here today. Beyond that as well, just being able to be flexible. I pride myself on being able to be flexible. I think being flexible in this type of position is something that absolutely needs to happen. Balancing being able to balance both, again, community engagement as well as the needs of either the people that are looking to pass the initiative. I guess that ties back into stakeholder engagement, and then also just being able to analyze data accurately and being able to sort of weigh both data analysis and community engagement, that sort of thing, I would say are the main traits. But also being able to, be just general people skills, being able to be a good speaker, being a good reader, writer, that sort of thing, which I spent 4 years at least doing. So hopefully I can do an all right job at it. But I think that covers it.
Thank you.
I have the next question. Next two questions. Tell us about the audiences receiving your reports in your current or previous employment and in reporting to boards and or city councils. There are currently 8 city council members you would report to.
Excellent. So sorry, just to clarify, the question would be just my experience in reporting to sort of my superiors, that sort of thing. Okay, excellent. Yeah. Sorry. I just wanted to clarify to make sure I had it correct. So the basis of it was when I started at CCED, I spent plenty of time. There wasn't a lot of direction per se with the project I was assigned to, because it was sort of still new at that time. So a lot of the time spent there was checking in with my supervisor, ensuring that I was meeting her sort of needs and expectations, and making sure that everything was accurate and up to date. It was a project that was also being collaborated on with a couple of other students who had spent a little bit more time with CCED than I had at that point. So making sure that everybody's input was being made, making sure everybody's collaboration was on point, sort of, and ensuring that we're getting the best product possible kind of out of that was integral to that project. But primarily it was just reporting to my supervisor at the time, and making sure that we had the best project possible. I kind of got thrown a curveball with MDCR, because after the first 3 months, I believe the supervisor that I had at the time moved on to another position within MDCR, and then I actually got a new supervisor under the division that I was in. So it was actually it made for an interesting experience, because I was sort of navigating a lot of the intricacies of that position along with my new supervisor as well. And that's an experience that I'm very glad to have had, because I think we connected more that way. But it is the sort of thing where I have only really ever had one supervisor to report to, that sort of thing. So ensuring that I am reaching everybody's needs, ensuring that everybody's voices are being heard and met, like all the potential needs that you may have, and all the potential input that you may have, ensuring that I'm just doing the best job possible for everybody. That would be something that I would absolutely try to attend to, because it's something that I've done prior, and just ensuring that I'm doing things to the best of my ability, as well as to the best of my ability for you guys, especially, given that that's sort of what the position's for anyway. So
Thank you. And the next question. How do you ensure your policy recommendations are based on solid evidence?
absolutely. Yep. So like I said before, just ensuring that I am pulling from my diverse array of data to pull from, not just obviously one source, of course. Didn't mean to rhyme, I apologize. But yeah, just ensuring that I have a data-based argument and or recommendation, because again, I'm the type of person who tries to go based off of fact or what is needed. Also being able to balance that again with community engagement, making sure that if something needs to be adjusted, that it is still within sort of the expectations of what is being asked for, but making sure that it's feasible and not just something that is a lofty goal and cannot be accomplished feasibly without, creating more problems because of it, that sort of thing.
Thank you. What methods do you use to predict potential unintended outcomes of a policy?
Yeah, so that is something that we spent plenty of time with JMC doing. It was, I believe might have been my first semester actually. We were meant to sort of write a synthesis paragraph or it might have been all the way back in high school. Either way, we were meant to write I remember writing essays plenty of times where we were meant to have synthesis paragraphs of the potential holes within our argument. Again, I spent time in debate club as well. So we had to prepare both a pro and a con side for each case that we made. So being able to, once again, have just the best amount of data possible, I think having a large base of data to collect from is what ultimately serves to best influence decisions and sort of inform about potential outcomes, especially negative ones. So that would be the kind of thing where influencing policy decisions or recommending policy decisions, just ensuring that, once again, everything's concise and everything is succinct, being sure that having the best impact possible, essentially, I think is integral to this type of position, and it's absolutely integral to what I've learned over time as well.
Thank you. Switch gears a little bit, and can you discuss approaches that you have used to work harmoniously with people at all levels of an organization while also maintaining independence and objectivity?
Absolutely. Yep. So that is something I actually pride myself on. It is unrelated to this type of position, but I have been working retail for a while now. So that also ties kind of into making sure that I'm being friendly to everybody, making sure everybody is happy when they come into the store, that sort of thing. I also like to pride myself on being a people person. I like getting along with everybody. I've never enjoyed not getting along with somebody. It's just too much stress for me. So it is the sort of thing where I've always been quite happy to get on well with people. I always like to, it might take a little bit longer, but it is the sort of thing where it's like I can eventually get people's shell to crack. So I don't know. I just like I like to be around people. I like to collaborate with people. I'm generally agreeable. But I also like to put in my own input on projects, of course. Most recently, just for a more concrete example, I worked on a project with two of my friends and peers in my senior seminar. We made a podcast, actually. We made 3 episodes for our final project that dealt with the effect of climate change in the public health sphere in the US. So during that time, we each kind of individually led episodes and then just kind of discussed. So that was sort of the type of situation where we all had individual input. We all had our own roles that we wanted to do and responsibilities that we wanted to fulfill. But during that time, we all were able to get it done. If one person maybe needed a little bit more help, we made sure to help them out. So that was applicable both to me and the other two. But yeah, like I said, just being a people person, making sure that I'm getting my input in, but also making sure that it's meeting the expectations of others and wanting to help out others as best as possible, that sort of thing. Say is integrity, both as a worker and as a person.
Great. Next, I'm going to ask, tell us about a time when you faced challenges in interpersonal communication, conflict, and or resistance from uncooperative individuals when you were performing auditing and reporting duties, and how you handled the situation.
So this is an interesting question because I actually have not really, I cannot think of a time during reporting that I have had a lot of conflict. I would say maybe the extent of it may just be like some creative disagreements about presenting projects during my time at MSU, that sort of thing. So if I can pivot to that sort of thing, it's generally the way I try to address it is I try to pick up the slack of others because I want to ensure that the best product possible is being done and being released, that sort of thing. But I'm also the type of individual that tries to collaborate with others as best as possible. So if I need to pivot in some way, and if I'm wrong, I will try and stew with that for a little bit, recognize it, and then pivot as a response, that sort of thing, just to ensure that maybe I'm like, if I'm being too stubborn, because I can't be stubborn at times, I will try and pivot and address that and admit that I'm in the wrong, and then we can try and collaborate. That usually tends to help foster a better connection. Just being able to sort of be the bigger person. Sometimes that's all you need. But again, it's kind of a difficult question for me to ask just because I don't have a specific instance in which I was having a disagreement with an individual over the way that something needed to be reported. Generally speaking, I would just default to my supervisor and see kind of what they wanted, and I would usually also follow up whenever if I were submitting a draft, for example, on a report, I would just ask like, hey, if there's anything you need me to add to this, I'd be happy to. If there's anything you need me to adjust, I'd be happy to, that sort of thing. And then usually doesn't get met. It usually just gets met with, oh no, this works. So yeah, but again, it is the sort of thing where I would simply just pivot and ensure that we're getting the best product possible, that sort of thing.
Great. And then can you describe how you explain complex policy issues to a non-policy audience?
Absolutely. Yep. So like I said before, I like to consider myself a people person. And generally speaking, it's nice to have people in my life who don't necessarily follow policy all that much. I know a large part of the schooling process was to help study for some of my tests. I would just talk about some of the issues with my roommates or my friends at the time who either were or were not involved in the policy process, that sort of thing. It helps that a lot of my friends are, of course, but just ensuring that I'm using language that's not overly flowery. That was a big thing because I'll not only did I take classes at JMC, I also took journalism classes, and that was a big aspect of MSU journalism, as they wanted us to use like very simple language that was very straightforward and to the point. I sort of use the same approach when I'm discussing policy with people who aren't as familiar with policy, just to ensure that the language is as accessible as possible, because obviously if something's going to be impacting an individual, they also need to be understanding how it's impacting them, and how it is supposed to be helping them, of course. So
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Great. Tell us about a situation where you have handled sensitive, confidential, or controversial information, and how you handled communication and resolution in that situation.
Yep, absolutely. So during my high school years, actually, there was a situation, and not involving me, but our football team at the time got a lot of flack for having a group chat that they were essentially using slurs in it, which was not great. So during that time, there was a subsequent series of board meetings with our school board. And during that time, I confronted the school board and I was like, hey, this wasn't great. The way that you guys address this needs to be handled in a way that is appropriate and swift. Otherwise, it's going to look like a disaster for our school. And the school's response to that was to help create a DEI coalition, and which involved me as a leader of that group. So that was the sort of case where there was a public confrontation for it. It wasn't like I wasn't blowing the roof off the house or anything, so to speak, but it was very like professional. It was concise and it was succinct, and the subsequent response to it was to ensure that it was addressed in a way that was sort of behind closed doors, but still being done in a way that would have been beneficial to the school without being disruptive per se. So that said, I haven't worked that much with extremely confidential information. I have some friends who have, and it's as simple as they just can't tell me anything. I don't bother them about it, of course. But I'm also more than willing to tell people no, if they are private confidential information, that sort of thing. During my time at MPCR, obviously there is when you're sending out emails, you have to mark what type of confidentiality it is on them while working for the state. So again, I didn't have any information unless I was submitting personal information that was like extremely confidential. But it is this sort of thing where I'm a closed book, and I am more than happy to if I need to keep something under wraps, I'm more than willing to keep it under wraps, because I also feel that the public doesn't always necessarily need to. I mean, obviously they have a right to know, but it's also a matter of if something is being done behind closed doors for the benefit of others. I think that that's totally all right as a concept to do.
Okay, thank you. And how important are stakeholders in your policy analysis process, and how do you gather their input?
Yep. So like I said before, stakeholder engagement is absolutely critical, especially in this process. Being able to sort of collaborate with others and reach out to individuals, making sure that, again, I have as much information as possible, and ensuring that everybody's needs are being met and voices are being heard, both because what we're doing is impacting them, and it's right into the legislative process. Oftentimes it's people submitting proposals, so just ensuring that everybody's needs are being met, that sort of thing, is something I care about deeply. And balancing that, of course, with data, and ensuring that it is going to be as beneficial for everybody involved in the process, essentially, is just critical to this sort of position. And yeah, I guess that covers it. Just ensuring that everybody's needs are being met, that sort of thing.
All right, I have the next two questions. Describe how you would advocate for a policy position and a situation where your policy recommendation faced resistance.
Absolutely. So like I said, I'm the type of person that likes to be collaborative with others. But I am also the type of person that wants to ensure that if there's something that I want to get across, I make sure that it's getting across, because I like to conversation with people, I guess would be the best way to put it, because I want to make sure I'm in dialogue with whoever is possibly maybe resistant towards a policy initiative I'm putting forward. So again, I would initially make sure that it is as accessible as possible. I want to make sure that it is easy to understand and comprehend. I would like to try and get across, the benefits of what implementing a hypothetical policy may be, just to ensure that everybody's aware of the potential impact. And again, if it gets met with resistance, that's the kind of situation in which I would try and get in conversation with that individual and make sure that their needs are also being heard, because I ultimately want to make sure that everything is being effectively collaborated on without necessarily being fully compromised. But again, if it's the sort of thing where if something needs to be held to sort of a compromise, making sure that, again, at least as long as the core of a policy initiative is still there, that is still all right with me. Just ensuring that, again, everybody's needs are being met and everybody's voices are being heard. It's integral.
Thank you. Tell us about a time you faced a tight deadline and limited resources.
Absolutely. So I was spread a little bit thin this past year, just because I was holding down an internship, a job on the weekend, and school. So during that time, I had to cut back on some of my extracurriculars, which was all right. But I'm fully familiar with deadlines. I actually make the argument that I oftentimes work better under pressure, if anything. I do like a tight deadline. I tend to do my best work with a tight deadline. I always like to ensure that I'm getting things done by a specific time. That way, everything's just as complete as possible. But that's also not to say that I wouldn't be doing my best work. I still would ensure that I'm having the best amount of time spent on a project, as well as a good amount of information on a project, just to ensure that it's at the level of quality that it needs to be. Oftentimes, I am also the person that will draft plans as opposed to just getting a project done in one go and then making sure it's done. Because again, I like to check sort of with others and make sure that it is at the level that it needs to be. And if it's not the level it needs to be, then it can be adjusted, of course. But yeah, no, it's the sort of thing where I'm more than familiar with deadlines. I spent plenty of time with deadlines at MSU or with MDCR as well. The only time I think I didn't have a solid deadline would have been during my time with CCED, and I honestly sort of struggled with that because it was like the expectations were just a little bit all over the place. So when that's the case, it's just frequently talking to my supervisor was the sort of thing I did just to ensure that I was fulfilling all of the things that I needed to be fulfilling with my responsibilities. But like I said, I think I work better under pressure, if anything, with tight deadlines, I would say.
What are your greatest strengths and weaknesses?
Yeah. So I know I mentioned I'm a people person. Like I said, I like to get along with everybody as best as possible. I do feel that my ultimate purpose is to help others, and being able to affect policy in the type of way that this position would allow me to, I feel would greatly impact individuals. So it's honestly just an honor to be interviewing for the position, just to be straight up. But yeah, I do feel that I like to help others. That's something I've always been good at. That affects not only the way that I interact with individuals, but also ensuring that I am meeting all the needs that a specific role may require me to fill. So I like to try and fulfill. I am the type of person where if I'm already working on a project, I will ask for more so that I can kind of ping pong between things and then ensure that I'm also doing multiple things to help other people and take as much off other people's plates as possible, that sort of thing. Akin to that, going along with that, I would say maybe one of my weaknesses is that I can sometimes feel a little bit stuck on certain things. So if it is, like I said, with CCED, I spent a lot of time on just one project and I wasn't super content because I couldn't see the impact that project was having. And I also I was frequently asking for more work, and unfortunately there wasn't anything else for me to work on at the time. Comparatively with MDCR, they, like I said, kind of ran out of assistant work for me to do towards like the last 3 months or so. But that's when I got put on actual projects, like I said, with helping individuals. And that's when I felt my happiest with them because I was actually seeing the full impact of what my actions were leading to in that job. So again, with a position like this, being able to gauge my impact and making sure that I'm doing the best I can and seeing how I'm positively impacting individuals' lives, that's something that's very important to me as an individual, I would say. I'm also skilled in just communication with others, as well as reading, writing. Like I said, Microsoft Office, I'm familiar with pretty much all the tools that are in that. So thankfully, growing up in the digital age, I've been able to develop that skill set and add it to my tool belt. But that covers the basics.
Yeah, thank you. And do you have any work examples that you would like to provide and present to us?
Yes, yeah. So it's not perfect, but this is about a 22-page. This is the report that I had with the Community Economic, the Center for Community Economic, CCED. Sorry, it's easier to say. It was again. This was about 9 months work or so. It's just a general report on the state of circular economics, the basic goal was to sort of address the umbrella of what it is just as a concept for readers, and then sort of bring it down to like the level of Michigan, being like local businesses and how it could positively impact them. So we addressed international efforts on circularity, we addressed national efforts, and then we addressed like university efforts, that sort of thing. But yeah, I'd be happy to pass it around. It's not, I'm actually noticing some typos here. It's because it's the draft and
Can I make a copy?
yes, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate
I'll
it.
go do that right now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
But yeah, so it's, and that was also a collaborative effort as well. That wasn't just me working on that. That was two student peers at CCED as well as my supervisor that helped work on that as well. Like I said, that is unfortunately just that was the final draft before we actually published it. I just didn't have the ability to go over there and pick up a copy, but that's at least the draft of it. It says, you'll see with the big letters on it, says draft on the pages. But yeah, that's one work that's the one I brought in today. I feel it's the most thorough work I've worked on just during my time over the past 5 years or so.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I've got just a few. Are there any what kind of mechanisms for ongoing engagement would there be after legislation is codified with this position? Is it something that I would be sort of so essentially if something is codified, is there a way for me to gauge impact with that, or is that something, or would I just be moving on to another policy initiative, that sort of thing?
Well, I'll open it up to the body, but and then also to our HR team. But ultimately, we would want to see the back and forth dialogue and an engagement amongst the council members, but also our community. But there will be laddering situations, I would presume, that we would need you to do multiple tasks of policy and engagement simultaneously. If that makes sense. And then please correct me or add anything else.
No, I think that was great. I think, so with the job, and this is new to all of us. So, I mean, there's no script yet on exactly what direction it's going to go, but I would assume if you're writing policy, you're likely going to move on to the next policy, but that doesn't mean there's not an opportunity to ask, a council member or staff what impacts previous policy has had with a change and whatever that policy may have been. But I would assume that you're going to continue to move on in this role to new policy initiatives. With 8 council members, there probably will be a lot of
Keep you
work.
busy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'll say.
I would only add that as council members, oftentimes you may hear us ask for, impacts down the road of something that has been enacted. And so that would be a way for you to gauge the impacts of your work if you're the selected candidate. So it's not uncommon, I would say, for a council member to ask the administration, 6 months down the road, 12 months down the road, what effect did this have on the community? And so I think that would be a good way to gauge the impacts of the work of this position.
So, yeah, no, that's good then. I was just curious because, like I said, I'm the type of person that likes to see the impact that I'm having on people's lives. I think my favorite moment during any job ever was, again, recently when we had the mother with the deaf autistic daughter, being able to actually see the sign in her yard. She sent us a photo of it. That was just like, I was like, okay, awesome. I've helped somebody out and I felt great about myself. So that's good. That's good that if assuming I get the job position, being able to keep busy. That's something I also appreciate because I enjoy keeping busy. And this could be for everybody involved, but what would you say makes an effective, or in your opinions and perspectives and experiences, what makes an effective legislative analyst for you guys, out of curiosity? Get put in the hot seat.
So I think when we thought of this idea and worked out this position, it's much like you would see at the state level where you have different representatives and senators and reps, where they have people that are writing policy for them. Or another example would be the budget office where they're marking up, different legislation and what the impacts on that legislation may be. Say that Councilmember Pele Bonaglu would like a piece of legislation, you could look at that and mark up. That position could potentially look at that, mark it up, and have potential impacts, or what the view was, or even case law, and could go on state law that could prohibit it. Really, it could be multiple things. And I think that this is going to be a learning curve for the council members, the council staff, and the person that ends up getting the position, like any new position. But I think that we'll be able to figure out what that looks like in the future as we move forward.
Sweet. How would you all say that as counselors, how do you balance disagreements during policy development amongst yourselves? Because I know that's something that you asked me, but I was curious how it would affect all of you as counselors. Or is that something that I would be, or the potential legislative analyst would be sort of helping maintain, I guess?
Well, I think you would probably stay out of, we wouldn't drag you into an interpersonal fight.
Thank you.
And so I can tell you on my 3 years in council, we've had disagreements, but I don't know that it's erupted into a fist fight like other cities I won't mention in this state. But there are disagreements. I think one of the things that we all do is communicate really well in a way that explains my point of view. And a lot of times, what you'll see on council is perhaps Councilmember Pele Bonaglu, sit next to me today.
Right. I'll be picked on, sure.
She could have a different viewpoint on a certain thing. And there's been many times where I've talked, let's say we talked, and she convinced me maybe her position's right and my position's wrong, and vice versa. That's the communication part of city council that I think we all do really well. I don't think you'll necessarily get, whoever was to be in this position would get dragged into a fight.
Right.
So, yeah, it would.
I will just add, I think in any role, whether it's council role or this particular role, it's having the mindset of our community. So at the end of the day, we want to see what's best for our constituents and our residents within the city of Lansing and beyond. And we want to see that we're thriving. So whether we have differences of opinions, we're still looking forward to having the common goal of seeing our city thrive. And so ultimately, to Ryan's point, Councilmember Costa's point, we will have our council work, but then you would have your own policy and duties that you would have to connect with. And there are going to be times where we probably will ask for assistance to help assist with us on our topics of discussion in that particular time. But outside of that, keep it two separate entities.
Excellent. Thank you. Sweet. Well, that's good. Like I said, communication is important to me as well. So it's good to know that balancing the needs of the community as well is integral to yourselves as counselors. I just have two more ones. One that's a little bit harder. One's a little more about the general process of what it's going to be looking like after the interview. My last question would be what you would all say. What would a successful first 6 months look like in this role? For curiosity.
Well, back to President Costa's point, this is a learning curve for us. So the first 6 months ultimately would be navigating the role of where our start should be. And we would look at it from probably a 30, 60, 90-day lens and put a plan together. So ultimately, our first conversation would just be putting a strategic plan together of what we want to see, working along with our 8 council members as well as the administration. So, and our office staff. So we would really try to hone in on what that strategic plan would look like within the first 90 days of the role. And then we'll kind of go from there.
I concur, and I think after that first 90 days, because once we're past 3 months and we're looking towards 6 months, I would imagine that whoever gets this role, we will want them to start looking through the ordinances, start seeing where they can, where we can make different, because every council member's got priorities. I just had a phone conversation with someone in the room about this earlier of how we could word things in a way where that phone call doesn't necessarily have to be to that person I made the phone call to anymore, but to this position where they're pulling the data instead of me looking on the computer, because I do it all the time and it drives the city attorney crazy, and pulling like court case and files and can you do this under state law? You would be able to, that position would be, I think, in my vision, after we get a strategic plan, looking at things like, so we're not just, hanging off on a cliff thinking, oh, well, it would be great to do this thing. We have all of that other data. Because, one of the things that stops us short of being able to do that is a lot of us have families. This is not our full-time position. So we all have full-time day jobs that are extremely demanding. It would lift the burden, I think, off of us. And it's not necessarily just research. I think that position realistically is going to wear a lot of hats. I hope whoever it is likes hats.
That's frequently. It's only when I have my hair shorter like this, though. I usually have longer hair, then they don't fit.
Oh, you too.
Me too.
Sweet. Awesome. I guess I lied before. I have 2 more. The last one I have that's regarding sort of the position itself would be how much collaboration there is with this job with both the mayor's office as well as city departments. Because during my time at DCR, I helped collaborate not only with, like I said, on-campus communities, but also the Department of Transportation. Largely was the one that I helped communicate with because there was a situation in which we wanted to help an individual get a commercial driver's license. He was a deaf driver, so we kind of had to point them in their direction. And then it was the same with the mother as well that we helped out. We had to contact the Department of Transportation to see to kind of get their knowledge base on ordinances and like local laws when it came to streets, that kind of thing. So
Yeah, I would say with this role, there is significant cross collaboration amongst the departments, depending on what the policy would be. Just like we collaborate with various departments when it comes to certain decision making and ordinance and resolutions and so forth. So it would be very similar in your case that we would probably have you connecting with administration or other departments that pertain to a particular policy.
And I think as it currently stands, whoever were to be in this position, so if it were to be you, the collaboration between departments would be very smooth. I don't think any of us really have trouble with communication with departments, getting meetings. I mean, because they have policy wants too. We had just tried to visit the question of universal trash, which was something that was, how our city operates. We have boards and commissions. So we have advisory boards of citizens who have recommended that for many years. And that department had recommended it. But we're missing that link piece to collaboration to kind of spread the word. So it didn't work so well, but they wanted it, and we some of us wanted it here. So I think that there is a lot of places where that gap will get filled. That's not filled right now. Some word salad right there.
no, you're good. I specialize in word salad. That's what JMC taught me. So excellent. Yeah, I appreciate all of your time today. Thank you for having me. final question, again, it's purely based on kind of where we go from here. I was just wondering how, like, when I can expect to hear back regarding the position, basically.
Yeah, so we do have a series of interviews that we need to conduct, and then we will deliberate amongst ourselves. We would also then follow up with our HR representatives, and you would hear directly from our Human Resources Department. So we are trying to work expeditiously because we want to make sure we fulfill this role. However, we know that schedules come up and whatnot, but we want to make sure we're mindful of your time, but you will get communication from our Human Resources Department. If there's anything else you would like to add.
Excellent. Sweet. Again, I appreciate your guys' time today. Thank you for having me. It was lovely to meet you all, and I look forward to hearing back from you.
Perfect. And Cameron,
Thank
do
you.
you have?
Yep, the original's up front.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time as well.
These in your files.
If there's some typos on there, I apologize. Like I said, it is a draft, so.
I remember, we're taking breaks in between these.
I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you too. Is anyone else in this room drinking coffee? Okay.
I'm good.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I have some. I just didn't want to keep going for it if someone else is gonna.
And it might be, I'll look at Sherry's email.
This is quite tart. Cherry limeade.
What's the
I
flavor? from-
love cherry limeade.
It's good, but it's tart. That cherry really hits you in the face.
Sour, it's sweet.
Yeah, it's like me, a Sour
Like
Patch
me?
Kid.
I think we're all like Sour Patch Kid.
We are.
Like every one of us.
When he said, how do you all handle, disagreements and discussions about policy? I wanted to say publicly at a public meeting, out loud at the dais.
Correct.
Well, it's kind of, I mean, some questions are just not easy to answer, and not even easy. It's more complicated, but this isn't a typical employment situation.
And I also think that there's a question here of the fact that this is a new position too.
Right.
You know,
right.
so
Yeah, I made a note, a mental note, and I'm gonna write it down like it's like how we had discussed in our previous meetings, the internal auditor. So, you
You
know.
want to go ahead and have a seat on any of those four there at the table?
sure thing.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing all right. It's an interesting detour on the way into Lansing. but,
Oh,
Everything's a detour on the way to Lansing right now.
Yeah, no, it hasn't changed much in the last 8 years.
James, do you mind pronouncing your last name for me, please?
Sure, Takeshita.
Thank you.
Takeshita. Yes. Hello.
Hongo wakarimashita. Thank you.
少し、でも、父の家族は日本。
I don't know too much. I took it, I visited there a couple times.
なんでもない。Don't worry about it.
Love it.
Never mind. Or
Let me get my Google Translate out so I know.
Right. You're educating me, I tell you that. Well, thank you for being here, James. Appreciate your time. Before we get started, we'll just do a brief introduction so you know who's all in the room. And then I will turn it over to Ms. Keating and McKitty, from our Human Resources, and then we'll get started with the interview questions. Does that sound okay?
sounds good to me.
Okay, perfect.
Sure. Greg Venker, I'm the city attorney, and there's a chance that I may get swapped out with the chief deputy city attorney, Lisa Hagan Lawrence, at some point in this meeting. But I don't know yet.
Oh, I really thought this was gonna be like permanent, like that was an announcement.
Oh, no. I may literally leave the room and she may enter the room. Sorry,
We
Ryan.
met up front. I'm the city council office manager, Sherry Bulk.
I'm Councilwoman Tamara Carter of City Council.
President Ryan Koss, City Council, Vice President Carter.
Attorney Pelly Vonnegut, I am a council member at large.
Brian Jackson, council member.
Keisha McKitty with the hiring specialist in HR.
Elizabeth O'Leary, I'm the Human Resources Director.
Nice to meet you all. I think you've been sending me the emails, so nice to meet you in person.
Was well.
Thank you so much. And then I will turn it over to Ms. McKitty from HR.
Hey, James, again, welcome to the interview for the legislative analyst position. The purpose of this interview is for us to become acquainted with you and find out more about your skills. This position also, it has a hybrid option. And as it was posted in the position, that being said, is not 100% remote. There are meetings that you would have to attend in person and some meetings that might be after 5 p.m. In addition, if you live out of state, if you're chosen for this position, there are no funds in the budget to assist you with moving expenses. That being said, are you still interested in the interview?
Yes, of course.
Okay, very good. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Councilwoman.
Thank you. So we have a series of interview questions that we'll be asking, and we'll be capturing the essence of your response. And then at the end, if you have any questions or if you have any work examples that you would like to provide to us, you'll be more than happy to do so at the end of the interview. Sounds good? All right. So we'll dive right into our first question. Can you tell us about some of your experiences with the legislative process, data analysis, and policy evaluation?
Well, I guess to start, the most immediate thing that comes to mind is my time with the American Library Association, which I was part of their public policy and advocacy department, which is based in Washington, D.C. And a lot of the legislative analysis, policy analysis, a lot of the components of I would say that most directly expressed itself, at the start of every legislative funding season, which usually kicks off when the White House releases its budget, but that basically kicks off a very, long and that kicks off a long process in which a lot of people we one of the goals, I guess, if I appear nervous, it's because I am. I apologize for that, but I guess as far as legislative analysis is concerned, I would say tracking the process, the budget and particular and the amount of votes that we have necessary to get library funding into the federal budget each year. And just a bit of background, library funding comes under, at least as far as Congress is concerned, labor, health and human services, and education. So, regardless of the political party that's in control of Congress, you have to compete with a lot of a lot of other priorities that, frankly, Congress people will rank higher, like I said, labor, health and human services, education. That means, normal education funding and, healthcare will often be high priorities for Congress people. And it's similar grouping in the Senate as well. So I would say that that's the bulk of my experience as far as legislative analysis. As far as policy analysis, also with the American Library Association, one of my duties was basically to analyze small business support mechanisms as expressed either through the Small Business Administration or more frequently at trying to analyze things that happen at the local level, like local economic development corporations or at the state level, frankly, and how public libraries can offer small business resources that, best complement what is already being offered. And as far as data, I can say that tracking the amounts of library funding obtained each year and generally making sure to work with our advocates, work with the actual lobbyists that were in my office to make sure that that number is going up and keeping up with inflation, if nothing else.
Thank you. Can you please describe how you adapt to new information you obtain during your research?
I never really thought about that, but I guess my first impulse is to say, write it down, log it, type it, and do so in a way that compares with the prior information that you've received. I think I want to say one example of that would, again, to be referencing time in Washington, DC. I think that one thing we tried to, as far as new information is concerned, this might be a bit of a digression, but just for example, it was a kind of practice in our office to occasionally hold events on Capitol Hill, and there's usually like a set procedure, like as far as logistics is concerned, you have to partner with a congressional office to obtain the reservation for a room. You have to provide catering if you're holding it during lunch, or otherwise, frankly, people aren't going to show up. I guess these are like, might be cosmetic matters, but like, I think when it comes to navigating changes that got made since when I put on my event in 2023, the last event that the American Library Association had attempted to do was before the COVID-19 pandemic. So in my case, the new information that I was receiving had to do with a lot of just like changes that had been made in like the 2-year gap where in-person events simply weren't happening, and changes that that Congress had made on its own end. Yeah, so I guess write it down. Is the short answer.
All right, I'm going to ask the next 2 questions. Tell us about 1 or 2 policies you have gathered and analyzed data for a policy recommendation in which you played a key role that resulted in cost savings, streamlined and improved processes and procedures, or policy changes.
Sorry, repeat that.
Sure. It's a word salad. Tell us about 1 or 2 policies you have gathered and analyzed data for a policy recommendation in which you played a key role that resulted in cost savings, streamlined and improved processes and procedures, or policy changes.
I may be reaching a bit here, since policy you're referring to direct activity, or not just like if I guess if we were. Sorry, I'll need to think about that one for a moment. I guess
Move on to the next question if you'd like.
now I guess to start, like I mentioned a little bit, I think previously, I think as far as I had mentioned, updating the database that had referred to the library funding by state, and also by extension by territory. And I think I may have been a bit flippant when I said ensuring that those numbers go up each year to adjust for inflation. But I think the reality is that due to I guess changing control of Congress, the amount of library funding which that the White House was able to propose in 2021 or in 2022 actually decreased in 2023 for starters. And to go a little more into it, there are 2 funding mechanisms for which libraries receive federal funding, which is one is the Library Services and Technology Act, LSTA, and the other one is the Innovative Approaches to Literacy. And the first program deals with public library funds, and the second one deals with school libraries. So I guess in terms of cost savings, I can't say that, since I have to be honest that it's a group effort. However, and I really wasn't the one directly lobbying, except for instances when we brought in library advocates to meet with their Congress people. So I think in terms of cost savings, I guess what I'm trying to go for here is that I don't think I could classify that as a cost saving, but I can say that like increases in library funding, or being able to advocate for that with individual legislators, I think I guess that's one component of that. I'm not sure if that's doing a very good job answering your question, but I would say that frankly maybe it's less about cost savings and more about increased federal funding to libraries, which I think does save communities money over time, but that may just be a library bias.
Next question I have is, please describe how your responsibilities have changed during your time performing data analysis. Rude. Please describe how your responsibilities have changed during your time performing data analysis or policy evaluation and the scope of your current responsibilities.
So I guess how things changed, I can backtrack a bit for my, prior experience in data analysis. And I think one of my roles, prior to moving to Washington DC for work and for school was working as a political organizer for not a congressional campaign, for a state legislature campaign. And in addition to the, usual responsibilities of contacting people, and mind you, this was during the COVID-19 pandemic. So a lot of the traditional in-person organizing activities weren't available to us. So one of the things that they had us do was, not just survey prospective voters about who they would prefer to vote for, but also to survey the volunteers themselves. So I can say that, that mode of data analysis, I guess, under limitations that were put on us by the pandemic, I would say that I guess was one form of evolution, especially considering that I had, worked for state legislators before, or a state legislator prior to that. And I think the mode of information gathering and the, our ability to, I guess, connect and make sure that our information was correct, we had to come up with new ways to do that in 2020. And that was a while ago. And I think as far as current responsibilities, I've actually been unemployed for the last, 8 months or so. So I think I can say that, I'm currently working, in training to be a disaster action response trainee with the American Red Cross, but data analysis, aside from, making sure vehicles are ready to respond, I can't, honestly say that I have a current portfolio that extends to data analysis
Thank you.
responsibilities.
Okay, so moving on, I'll take the next two questions. How do you approach analyzing a new policy proposal?
Well, I guess, like I said, I've been, out of work for a little while. And I would say that in my experience, when the first I hear of a policy proposal, as of right now, is, usually in the news. And before that, it's usually something that popped up, when I was working for the American Library Association, for example, that was something that would pop up over Quorum or over Bloomberg Government. And usually, I think the first, if not necessarily the most accurate, way to look at a policy proposal, at least as far as Congress is concerned, is that when somebody is introducing a bill, then there's usually a statement or a joint statement if they're working with another office to accompany it. So whether that's the best way to determine the impacts, I wouldn't consider that the only thing you do, but it's a good way to determine what the office's motivation is in submitting this policy proposal. And a bit similarly to that, one task I remember having with the American Library Association was whenever changes in policy came up with the Federal Communications Commission. This is in regards to both Section 230, which is the internet. I forget the exact name, but it's related to responsibility of internet providers to govern content, as well as changes in broadband policy, which a lot of libraries provide free internet to their communities. So as far as but as part of when policy proposals come in through that end of things, through the Federal Communications Commission at least, there's a period of time in which people are allowed to submit public comments. And that can extend to individuals, to other organizations, to local governments, school districts even, that are impacted by these. And I would say that if there's a forum for public comments, then that's another place that you can look to analyze a policy proposal. We're talking before it's been enacted, or?
Right, it's a new proposal.
Right. Yeah, so I'd say, first of all, what is the, whoever's introducing it, what are they saying? That's not necessarily impact, but it's intent. And you can start to get impact by looking at public comments of those who feel they'd be affected, or for looking at if there's similar policies that have been enacted in other places, and determine the impact of that as well.
Okay, thank you. Next, what do you think are the key skills needed for a successful policy analyst?
Can't just say to read and leave it at that, but I think that is and it's
A large portion of it.
to start, like I think the ability to read, and I guess I feel like it's a buzzword when I say to analyze, but like I think you have to be able, and I was mentioning earlier about comparing the policy to similar ones that may have been enacted elsewhere, but that's I think what I mean to analyze is one critical skill for a policy analyst is be able to read and I think compare if there's something to compare it to. And I would say I think that's one critical component, one useful skill for a policy analyst to have. And I think another one, I don't want to just say communication. I don't want to be like a overly simplistic answer, but I think as far as communication is concerned, I think when policy gets made, whether it's like in Lansing or like in, Michigan, or when it gets made in the federal government, like I think where communication comes in is when you're communicating with the people who may be affected by it or feel they may be affected by it. And I think if you're a policy analyst, like I think obviously a good deal of that work is going to come through reviewing minutes, reviewing ordinances, or Section 230, but also people. So you have to be, sorry, I was just going to say, yeah, you have to be willing to understand, qualitative as well as quantitative sources.
Sorry to interrupt there, but I have the next two questions. Tell us about the audiences receiving your reports in your current or previous employment and in reporting to boards and or city councils. There are currently 8 council members you would report to.
Okay. Well, in my last position with the American Library Association, among other things, I was responsible for reporting to a national group of librarians that dealt with or are in the process of enacting small business support programs at their public libraries. So oftentimes that was about directing them towards among other things, organizing those meetings and organizing information for the members of that working group involved, I guess, first of all, keeping them up to date on what opportunities were available in the small business with the Small Business Administration at the time, as well as, well, the Small Business Administration, for example, and I apologize for digressing, but that's also divided into regional sectors. So also, trying to see if a region head has a relevant policy or an outreach program, or if one of their employees needs an office to work out of and offer the public library for that. So I guess organizing for that working group and also providing them with speakers, information, resources that we prepared in DC as well, like to help them marshal their resources. So that was one, I guess, that was one group I reported to. Additionally, I can say that I also not just in the circumstances where I organized the event, but also in situations where we had to arrange meetings with various congresspeople. Like, for example, if we had a delegation from Michigan with 3 or 4 librarians or library workers, and they wouldn't just want to meet with any representatives. They would want to meet with people in their districts. And so a lot of times, we had to interface with the office and try and schedule availability, which when you have, I want to say between 50 to 100 library workers coming into Washington DC to have meeting. And you want to try and schedule meetings over the course of 1 to 2 days because library workers don't get that much time off. So that I say would be like, you know, again, more logistical and arranging meetings as far as reporting is concerned. But I think I guess being able to not necessarily, it's not reporting as in the sense that you're reporting to a superior, but like the office, congressional offices are very busy, and if you can even meet with the representative, that's much more difficult to arrange. So being able to, I guess, report and coordinate between congressional offices and between the availability of the advocates that we're escorting.
Thank you. How do you ensure your policy recommendations are based on solid evidence?
I guess I touched on it a bit earlier, and I might be referring to my time as a student a little bit in this response, but as far as being as far as making sure that policies are accurate, like I might have mentioned communicating with people on the ground. And I think as far as being a graduate student, I can say that involved like emailing, you know, subject matter experts or asking, or, you know, reading one of their, you know, reading an article that they put into a journal. And this might be this, and sorry, reading an article, you know, that they might have, you know, had in a journal, and following up with them like through an email conversation, if nothing else, to, you know, ask them to explain further their findings. So I would say interfacing with experts, that's one way to make sure your policy is effective, or at least is accurate, or the information that you have is accurate. And the second point, I might have mentioned it earlier, communication and the ability and willingness to talk with people. And I would say, in my experience interning for a state representative, Tim Hatzma, back in 2018, that amounted to a lot of times showing up to like city council meetings, or, you know, county council meetings, frankly, as well as being in the neighborhood. Like, I think he set the example of he knocked on his own doors, and we were expected to do the same. And I think a lot of the information that we obtained about like the conditions of roads in Calhoun County, or, you know, if there's like a water break or something, or if there's a bridge that's in poor condition that people are worried about. I think, you know, first of all, being able to balance both subject matter experts and what members of your community or constituency are reporting to you on the ground. Being able to hold space for both.
So what methods do you use to predict potential unintended outcomes of a policy?
I guess it would depend on the policy, but I think off the top of my head, I think one predictive method is I had mentioned earlier, and I really hope I'm not repeating myself too much here, but looking at, you know, policies that have been enacted in other communities. If, like I said, if there are similar cases to, you know, what gets proposed here, for instance, then I would say that like looking at outcomes and also timelines. As far.
Thank you. But can you discuss approaches that you have used to work harmoniously with people at all levels of an organization while also maintaining independence and objectivity?
Well, I guess to start with my time with ALA, I was a policy associate, which meant, among other things, that I was working alongside people who are policy managers, people with director or deputy director in their title. And also, since, you know, the office I was with, Public Policy and Advocacy, was itself an outpost of like ALA's headquarters in Chicago, that meant like we had a lot of, you know, we had a lot of people come in from Chicago to Washington, DC, whether to advocate on you know, critical issues, to contribute to the, you know, funding advocacy push that we did every year. like it ended up, to where I would be sharing office space with somebody who's like the vice president of something. And I think, I guess, as far as working harmoniously, like I think there were a couple instances where I think on short notice, I was asked to prepare a slide deck for a VP that was coming in that like was on the plane when they put out the request to do this. So like maybe that has less to do with being harmonious and more to do with being prompt, but I would make the argument that if we're talking about harmoniously, or if we're talking about working harmoniously, like I think getting it done on time, because I think that's I think that really is I think one critical part of working with people who are, that I don't want to say outrank you, but that have, urgent and urgent and high impact priorities. So I would say key to working harmoniously is to get things done on time,
Thank you.
All right,
ahead of schedule if possible, but that's not a given.
back to me with the second longest question again. So tell us about a time when you faced challenges in interpersonal communication, conflict, and or resistance from uncooperative individuals when you were performing auditing and reporting duties, and how you handled that situation.
I can't speak to extensive experience on auditing and reporting. I can definitely speak to interpersonal or resistant or intransigent conversations. I, mentioned the process for organizing events on Capitol Hill, and I remembered that the office that we were working with, the contact that I got for the congressional office that we usually worked with to provide events was not available to assist us because they were no longer in majority. So that meant having to work with in 2023, that would have involved working with a different majority party. In this case, a congressional office. That our contact with them was that one of my coworkers who was an actual lobbyist had like a brief conversation with that representative in passing the week before I reached out. And I was, first of all, expected by my office to make that relationship work, which I think to, prescribe active malice to that congressional office, towards, the need for library funding and for small business support funding at programs at libraries. I wouldn't assign malice to them, but just really more a reflection of that they did not consider us or our high priority. So I had to, it amounted to I think a lot of emailing, a lot of cold calling, and you also have to be sure that you're not flooding the zone or being flagged by their email server as, a spam emailer. But I think how I was able to end up getting over that was, I think the phone calls, or being able to have a solid, productive phone call was, I think, one way of getting over that. Like I mentioned back during the pandemic, the ability to try and, form the in-person connection as much as you can without being in person. And when, you're working with a staffer on Capitol Hill who does not have a lot of time on their hands, if the phone conversation is, I think, better than I think a back and forth format. And that, in my experience, resolved a lot of, I think, tension or things not getting done.
Okay. The next question I have is, describe how you explain complex policy issues to a non-policy audience.
I have much more experience doing that, in a written format for starters. When I was with ALA, one of my responsibilities was, I mentioned slide decks earlier. So I think I was never actually in charge of providing the presentation, but I was in charge of, organizing it for the people who were. And I think first of all, being able to boil down a policy change into, I would say, main points of intent and main points of impact, depending on whether it's like you're providing an analysis or like or I guess in this case, whether you're providing more of like a aspirational intent, like if we're discussing if we're discussing the Library Services and Technology Act, and this is like this is a example from my previous position. If you're discussing that, then it really doesn't do to get into the like, I think getting into like some of the, I guess, the granular details doesn't really suit if your goal is like a federal bill, for example. Like if you're talking about local library funding, then that usually gets accomplished during like earmarks, for example, which is an entire separate process and much more related to infrastructure. And the reason I bring that up is because like when you're talking about library funding and policies that would promote library funding, it's easy to go off the rails and it's easy to get into the weeds of what individual libraries and individual communities need. But when you're there when your responsibility is to organize everyone to advocate for like one overriding primary objective, which is making sure that we have federal funding for libraries each year. And I think if the goal is to explain to an audience that isn't, deeply familiar with it, then I would say, keep it to points of impact, or keep it to, points of intent and points of impact.
Thank you.
Okay, I have the next two. Tell us about a situation where you have handled sensitive, confidential, or controversial information and how you handled communication and resolution in that situation.
Well, I might be referring a bit too much to my time with ALA, but there was, I think, a lot of controversy that our organization and that libraries in general went through over the past couple of years, usually relating to, banned books or books that ought to be banned. And it often resulted in like, certain people reporting on, I guess, material in books that they found to be like sexually explicit or unsuitable for young people. And I think one of the messages that we had to that at the time, we had to put out there was to establish, something called the freedom to read, which I think is, which summed up is that, libraries do not have it is not the library's responsibility to censor itself, or more accurately, libraries, retain the right to censor themselves, if that makes sense. And it's not it should not be up to like individual parents to determine what everybody else's children, have access to. And as far as like it is a sensitive situation because you're, talking about LGBTQ plus issues in a lot of cases. And a lot of people, I think, have a tendency to get upset about that because that also, dovetails into, people trying to raise their kids and having vastly, different opinions on how best to do so. And I think how we were able to, handle that in a sensitive way was, I think, to, be polite, to affirm, to affirm those that were upset with ALA's stance, and tell them that you obviously retain the right to manage information materials for your kids, but you do not have that right for others. So I would say, being polite and being firm.
How important are stakeholders in your policy analysis process, and how do you gather their input?
Oh, I imagine stakeholders would have to be important first and foremost. So, but I guess I'm thinking it over, and I think that I guess first of all to this isn't a thought process that you would share with the stakeholders themselves. But I guess if we're talking like you know, the open input, like if you're talking an open forum on like a website where you're supposed to submit comments, you know, about a change in policy. I'm talking again about the FCC situation. Or if, you know, it's a open forum at like a city council meeting, for example, then I would say the first thing to do is obviously, you know, you want to be hearing from stakeholders. You want to be hearing from people who are concerned and engaged in the process. I would say, have to be sure that stakeholders, that you have to be able to classify them. Like, I think like if you have a local business that is upset about, you know, a given policy or versus like a different advocacy group, then I think you have to be able to, you have to be able to, I think, listen to both before you begin the process of trying to rank them or, you know, dismissing one set of information over the other. So as far as managing stakeholders, I would say they're very important and, you know, collect before you judge.
Yeah.
All right. Describe how you would advocate for a policy position in a situation where your policy recommendation faced resistance.
Most immediately, I think I'm trying to understand where the resistance is coming from. So I think with ALA, I think one situation where that came up was when I was doing my advocacy for, you know, small business support, you know, being sourced in public libraries. I actually, part of that process was meeting with various like small business support organizations that, you know, organized at the national level. Like, I think I remember one case, there was one small business support, like I think, and there was a self-employment organization that I ended up having a conversation with. And the first meeting that I had was, I think, what was very productive. We both agreed that, you know, small business support is, you know, a critical part of, you know, self-advancement. And also, you know, it's a good contributor to the strength of a local or state economy. Conversation went well. And I think the next meeting that we had was, you know, with the person that we were talking with, that was with their immediate subordinate, who basically their position, you know, on public library or, you know, library involvement in the small business support space was that their organization basically, like, you know, provided subscription packages for people looking to, you know, grow or develop their small businesses. And I think their concern was that having a public source of that would basically put them out of business. And like that was no doubt that was a bit frustrating for me in the moment, because, you know, I remember because I was biased at the time, and like I believe that, you know, having, you know, research being it like it was frustrating for me at the time, because from my standpoint, I think it's important to, you know, have the ability to educate yourself and to learn how to learn workforce skills and small business skills. And not everyone can afford to, you know, pay for a coach or to, you know, get like pay for an online course. That's not what I said to them in the moment, because like I didn't want them taking their ball and going home. What I did say is that so understanding where their position was coming from, because so yeah, understanding where their position is coming from, but like how we were able to reconcile that was, I think, by explaining our position a bit better. And I think broadly, like I think, or well, starting specifically, how we were able to, I guess, explain our policy a bit better was to like what was basically to, you know, affirm like that's a reasonable concern for your organization to have. And we actually ended up altering the policy a little bit, or like, you know, or perhaps like clarifying our proposal, because the idea of the partnership is, in this case, the proposal changed to something along the lines of, public libraries, would be partnering with your organization and directing them to you. So you'd still be getting, you would, still be getting potential clients and still be able to, like the idea is like the public library would be like, maybe like fronting the cost like a temporary subscription to their service, like would be paid for by the library if you sign up with the library. And then, so the self-employment organization would, still would, they wouldn't be losing out on it. So that's a bit of a lengthy response, but I think, understanding where the opposition is coming from is, your first step. And then everything after that is, maybe the policy does need to change. But, if it can change without like, if it can change without like, thwarting the objective, then, it's not unreasonable to consider.
Thank you. Tell us about a time you faced a tight deadline and limited resources.
I might be drawing on a few different sources, and that's in part because of circumstances at the time. But that Capitol Hill event that I think I've mentioned 2 or 3 times by now, that was in spring 2023, which was also coincidentally when I was enrolled in graduate school and in the process of completing 3 final projects. So the reason I want to bring that up is because I think I was, given like a considerable, I was given a professional deadline where it would be apparent immediately if things were not working out, or like, because as I said, this was an event on Capitol Hill that we needed attendance and that we needed materials, we needed speakers for. A lot of which, when it at least in my experience, like the speakers for an event usually that usually comes through in the last month if you're lucky, as opposed to, I think some other events, and that's often because like, that you're trying to fly people into Washington, D.C., that can get difficult. And so that was the time where I think I really felt I was up against the wall, not just in terms of, organizing the event and making sure it was, effective and that people showed up, but I was also trying to, balance a term paper, a presentation, and, a group presentation, which, I guess, somehow that felt worse to feel like I was falling behind with the group project, because I take pride in being able to contribute, a fair amount of the work. So I think was one time I was up against the wall, or not saying that, when I was, that was one time when I felt under pressure, because there were multiple deadlines and, multiple people at risk of being let down, myself included, if I didn't meet those deadlines. And so that was the situation, and how I was able to respond to it, I think, was, in one part, on one side, reaching out to my professors and basically saying like, these are the, these are the constraints that I'm up against, and is there room for extensions on this one item? Which, like, if there's a presentation, then no, obviously not. But if there's a paper, then yes. So, like, for example, if you're up against a deadline, then I think if you're up against multiple deadlines, then I think the skill that I had to learn the hard way, but I'm glad I did, is to be able to practice triage with your workload and be able to, I guess, prioritize what needs to come first, what needs to come first and what needs to wait. And also, in terms of what needs to wait, it could be like what needs the most work to be the best it can be.
So what are your greatest strengths and weaknesses?
Don't get started on weaknesses. I think one strength that I feel that I have, I guess it's hard to call this a strength or a weakness, but I'm the kind of person who likes to, ask lots of questions and I like to double check a lot. And I think I would call that a weakness because, like I think in the wrong setting, it can, it can be a show of uncertainty. And I think especially if your role is public facing, that's not a good look that you want to display to a customer or to a client or to a constituent. And so I think, the best way to temper that, turn that into a strength would be, I think emphasizing that this is about measuring twice and cutting once. It's about, getting your information and your understanding of the situation correct, as well as like, what are the other ways that this has been dealt with before. So that in turn is more internal because that involves interfacing with, your coworkers or your supervisor on, how a particular issue or task has been dealt with before. So I think, I don't know how to phrase uncertainty in a way that it's both comes across as a weakness and a strength, but like I think maybe call it diligence as a strength, uncertainty as a weakness, and that's two sides of the same coin. But I would say that that's one strength and one weakness, if that makes any sense. And I think, as far as other strengths are concerned, funnily enough, I didn't come prepared to talk about strengths, but I think another strength would be, I want to say time management. I may have mentioned that earlier. Like I think I learned, like it's a skill that I had to learn the hard way, like I said, but I think, being able to manage, I think, different conflicting things in a way where, the high priority items, get where they need to be on time, and or if there's, a situation where it's not possible to get everything in on time, that supervisors and coworkers are, informed of the situation and being able to ask for help if you need it or ask for more time if possible.
Do you have any work examples that you would like to provide or share with us?
Yeah, that seems appropriate. Like I think time management, you may have already gotten my spiel about the Capitol Hill event and about, balancing graduate school on top of all that. I think another instance where I felt like and this is in regards to, the diligence component or the time management component.
Oh, this is overall for the
Overall.
position itself. Do you have any work examples that you wanted to provide for us that you brought with you today or anything like that, or anything else to contribute to what you've already shared?
Oh, this is a second question. I thought we were still talking about.
Oh, no, second question.
I
What you provided, that's what you have. I just wanted to make sure.
okay.
That's perfect.
Actually, as it happens, I may have like a couple policy briefs, but that would be on my computer. That would be something I would have to send, following this interview. But like, if you're looking for like additional materials, if you're for a portfolio, then I've got a couple items, I guess.
You're more than welcome to share that with our human resources. So after the conclusion of the interview. Besides that, do you have any questions for us or anyone at the table?
Well, I mean, I guess there's there were a lot of references in the both in the interview and to a certain extent in the job description relating to I guess financial auditing or not. So somebody I think auditing was mentioned at one point, and I guess I'm curious a bit about the
Yeah,
I could have been reading it and
Ryan's questions, the word.
Yeah.
It's in there.
so I guess a little more information about the role as it sounds like there's a financial responsibility that goes into this role. Also the cost saving question. Yeah.
The role is is something that we haven't had before. And I would say that these questions relating to those two things probably were a carryover from our internal auditor questions, because those are the same questions formatted differently.
Okay.
So as far as I can see though, and I don't speak for council, I don't see a auditing role in this. There could be some aspect of that, but it's going to be, I think, policy centered.
Agree.
That's good to know. And if you want me to look at a spreadsheet and, like I can handle that, I guess, basic component of it. Happy to learn more about that. But if you're looking for with, explicit experience auditing things, then that may not be me. So
Great.
I guess one question that I had, I think, gonna ask about the, hybrid component of this, but I really got the impression that this was going to be in Lansing and that there was, going to be not just the 9 to 5 function, but also like city council meetings as well. And
That would be-
I may have answered my own question.
Yeah.
That was discussed at the beginning, but yeah, I guess, how does, I guess what I want to ask then is about like the hybrid policy overall, as far as, Lansing City Council and their supports, or for, their support staff, which, I would be a part of if hired. I guess what hybrid has looked like.
I'll leave it to you.
I thought you were looking at me. So this is a new component that we've integrated into the position. So we know that times have changed since the pandemic. So we wanted to give an opportunity to make it a little bit more inclusive for all. And so we added the hybrid component to this position in the event there was a need. And ultimately how that would work is the council president would and council vice president, the leadership would connect with said candidate to see if there was any opportunities where you may personally need hybrid or remote access throughout the position. But ultimately, to what you already spoke to, we have our council meetings that go outside of the traditional 9 to 5. There may be legislative meetings that may go outside of that window as well. And just providing that flexibility so that you can accommodate the position as far as the legislative analysis and policy procedures or anything that would need to be cascaded back to council or other said departments within the city.
And it sounds like that those after hours commitments would almost certainly be in person as well. So
Correct. Great question.
that was about my expectation. Yeah, I guess this is just a point of curiosity more than anything else, but I think my on the job requirements or abilities, it mentions legislative databases, and like I said, this is more of a question of curiosity. Like my prior experiences with Quorum and with Bloomberg Government, but I never had to pay for either one of those services. So I guess what does City Council's support staff, what's the preferred tool?
That's a great question. There is not ultimately a preferred tool at this time. This will be a conversation that we will collectively have to see what would be the best practice because this is a newer position. You would be equipped with the platforms that we use in-house and get the proper training on that. Outside of that, this will be something that we would be leaning on to our peers as well to gain some additional insight of what would be the proper platform that would be equipped for this position.
Okay. You mentioned that this position doesn't exactly have a prior equivalent. Yes, like you mentioned that like that prior position like had to do with like a finance, like a auditing. What was the title of that?
Yes, we have a separate position called internal auditor.
Auditor.
It's completely separate from this.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess just I guess other question. This may be another question about what the office would look like, but I guess who else would I be working with outside of city council, and is there anyone outside this room that I would be working with? Not like individually, but like as a legislative analyst, like would there be anybody else with like a role concurrent to my own, or somebody that I would be reporting to, or it says other duties as assigned. I'm wondering, I guess like yeah, I guess am I like how many other legislative analysts have there been? Like, sorry, are there?
Would be the one. It would be the one position you would report to council leadership, but council collectively would be the individuals that you would connect with on different policy asks, as well as our office manager, and then you've already met Renee, our assistant manager. But there may be opportunities where you connect with some of our internal departments as well.
I'm a bit curious to know more about business requirement documents or like business needs. And this again is more of a point of curiosity because with ALA, one of the projects that we worked with was a library in Los Angeles helping to get street vendors certified as small businesses. And I guess I'm a bit curious to know like how often business requirements come up in this role and with city council in general.
When you say business requirements, could you broaden what you're what that?
Sure. Like again, this kind of was more of a point of curiosity, but in like my last experience with the business requirement documents had more to do with like a certification class that street vendors could take like on their phone or like on their computer if possible. So like yeah, it says create business requirement documents. So I guess I'm wondering if anything's been but what exists currently as far as that? I'm not sure if
It could be, here's the problem. We've never had a legislative analyst, so 30 to 90 days from the beginning, we're going to have, essentially a process to move forward and figure out what that position is. Once that happens, then we would move forward. But this position is envisioned to handle policy for us, to pull data that we need for whatever the policy may be that someone wants and put it together. So business component could be a part of that. It depends on what this position transforms into.
That answers my next question because it did sound like it sounds like there's a lot of definition or like there's something there I guess are some parameters that still need to be defined.
Yes, we're still defining the role.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I saw something I'm guessing we're done in a couple minutes, but I wanted to ask about technology solutions on the role. It says like or like the job description I was given says facilitate communication and coordination between agencies and ensuring technology solutions align with their specific needs. I guess I'm it may come back to, we're still defining the role, but I was wondering like, as far as technology solutions, if you're referring to like information technology or just, making sure that, like, I think it's one thing if to set up a Zoom call, but like, I think
This won't be an
Don't have it
IT position.
I didn't think it
I can
was.
go ahead and take that off the list.
Okay, no, I just wasn't entirely, I wanted to clarify what technology solution
Yeah,
meant.
I was just gonna offer maybe a different take on that. As you're performing or as the candidate, the selected candidate is performing their role, maybe you come across a type of software that's widely used throughout the industry that we don't currently have in the city. I think that's the type of technology solution or suggestion that you may make in order to, bolster your role, the type of information you're able to work with. So if it's an app, if it's software or something to that effect that is, widely used throughout the industry, and maybe you're asking, council leadership, is this something that I can use with my role? I think that's the type of technology solution that question may be getting to.
I think that's about all my questions that I've got right now. And
Well, thank you so much for your time, James. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes.
And your next point of contact will be from one of the representatives from our Human Resources Department. All right.
I'll walk you back up.
Thank you.
sounds good. Thank you all again.
Thank you. Have a
Thank you.
good day.
Enjoy the weather.
The rain.
No, I see
Oh,
blue
It is
skies.
blue now.
Where have you been? I've been watching the weather.
Steph, been on the entire time?
Yes.
So next,
Just one point on situational.
restroom. All right. Thank you.
Thank you all again.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. It's so different. Our faces. Can't stand up. Oh. Well, it's none of us.
No?
Yes.
Stand up.
Yes.
Brian, do you have to go?
I need to stand up.
Ms. O'Leary needs to speak to you.
Okay, I'm gonna go
All right.
step away for a second.
So
I gotta move my legs.
we have lost quorum. So we are recessed.
We are in recess.
We are in recess.
Okay.
At 4:02 PM.
Sorry, I didn't mean to knock so aggressively. Usually it's empty unless it's us racing at the same
I know.
time. No, you're good.
Hurry up and go.
And they're at recess.
Well, come on in. This is great.
Hi,
Go ahead and take one of those seats right over there. We'll get started here in a second. Did you want any water or anything? Okay, yeah, go ahead and have a seat and we'll go through
Or
introductions.
just stretch.
I was gonna shake hands
Oh,
on
sure.
hands.
Great, Samira.
My preference, hi. I'm Greg.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Lisa.
Lisa, nice to meet you. I'll come around you, don't worry about it.
Did Brian leave? Okay.
I think so. I think he just needed to stretch his leg.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Can you look? Oh, okay. She left.
No, here he is.
Okay.
I canceled the marathon,
Which one?
Detroit. I deferred it to next year. Just, I'm burnt out. I think the September, like unexpected marathon just kind of threw a wrench into things.
Did you BQ?
No.
I was like, I almost BQ'd in May and then I kind of had a little hip thing in September and just wasn't feeling confident.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to spend the money to stay downtown for the couple of nights for a race I wasn't like excited to run, you know? So,
I always wait till the last minute to sign up for anything. Like, do I feel good enough? All right.
well, Detroit sells out so fast now. Like you can start signing up on New Year's Day and I think by the end of January, the full marathon sold out. And the hotels fast too. So yesterday was the last day that you could defer. I was like, oh, whatever. I'm gonna go ahead.
Trying to train and get my miles up, and I just need to pick a race or my legs don't feel.
Thinking of fall? Are you thinking of fall
I just,
in the spring?
hopefully before then, I might have to travel.
Into one here,
Even
winter.
though there are some.
Are you?
Oh, just been, I'm all right.
Yeah.
Going through some intense interviews in your next.
Oh, that's good. I'd say it's good, especially, it's 4 o'clock on a Tuesday. So, if the intensity is still here, I highly appreciate it.
I may be standing sometimes just because I can't sit for too long.
As long as it's not right here. I mean, I'll assume that's planned intimidation. Gotta roll with the punches.
Can't unsee it.
Thank you for the heads up.
Very nice. Not off guard.
I would have been, so I appreciate it.
Hello,
Hi, how are you doing today?
I'm well. How are you?
Good.
We back on recess at 4:07, waiting for Councilmember Costs.
That's. Mount P. Wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Fire up.
Fire chips?
Mount.
Do you think my fire up gets a little weaker every year just because I can't keep doing the football beat downs? Also, very few reasons to go back up. That's the only problem. It's just like I wish they did a little more to
Yeah.
draw me back. And Lord knows they're going to come up with something different as the call-in response here in, probably 5 years because they'll have a whole rebrand. Who knows? I love to do.
Should I direct HR to?
Yeah.
I think so. Wanted to narrow that down
Today,
today.
we did do a decision this day.
Monday.
Would have been enough time. Oh, we would be able to put it on. I have to be on 26th. Yeah. Gotta do their
Has a
thing.
background check.
Yeah,
But it gets moving on Monday.
yeah, okay,
Not Thursday.
right.
All right.
Well, we have Grant, pronounce your last name for me, please?
Me, just
Mead.
like it,
That's what it is.
just like
Okay.
it is.
All
That,
right.
that last E doesn't do anything funny.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that, Grant. I'll just take a moment to do a introduction at the table, and then I will turn it over to our HR rep, Ms. McKitty, and then we will dive right into the interview. If you have any questions at the end, by all means, you'll feel free to ask. And if you have any work examples that you want to provide to us at the end, you're more than welcome to do that as well.
Perfect. Sounds great.
I am Lisa Hagan Lawrence. I'm the Chief Deputy City Attorney.
I am Sherry Boak. We met already, but I am the council office manager.
I am Councilwoman Tamara Carter, Vice President of Lansing City Council.
And I'm Ryan Cost. I am the president of Lansing City Council.
I'm Trini Pelly Bonaglu. I'm an at-large member of City Council.
Brian Jackson, council person.
Jim McKitty, hiring specialist with the HR department.
Perfect. And I am Grant Mead, applicant for the analyst.
There we go. And before we get started, I'll turn it right back over to Ms. McKitty, and then we'll get started in our interviews. Questions?
Hi, Grant. Again, welcome to the interview for the legislative analyst position. The purpose of this interview is for us to become acquainted with you as it pertains to your skills in this position. Also, this position does have a hybrid option, as was posted on the position posted. It is not 100% remote. There are some meetings that you will need to attend in person, and some meetings even after 5 p.m. In addition, if you live out of state and chosen for this position, there are no funds in the budget to assist in relocation or reimbursement. With that being said, are you still interested in the interview?
Yes, I am.
Okay, very good. I'm gonna turn it back over to Councilman.
Thank you. So we'll go right into it. So can you tell us about some of your experiences with the legislative process, data analysis, and policy evaluation?
Absolutely. So if you have looked over my resume, or if you haven't, I actually started living in Lansing just about, I would say 9 years ago, 10 years ago. And I moved to Lansing to work in the Michigan House of Representatives. So at that time, I did come here to, work in the legislative process as it pertains to the state level, not only providing analysis for policy, for legislative actions, but also I did a lot of constituent work starting out here. So my experience is pretty deep, and actually I would consider most of my 10-year career up to this point to be legislatively related, especially as it pertains to analyzing legislation, working with either stakeholders, large groups of constituents, any group that really seeks to influence the legislative process. So primarily I worked on, going through my resume, I worked within the House. I worked primarily on healthcare and energy issues. So I tackled a lot of distributed generation, green energy issues when working in the Michigan House. And then when my time there was over, I actually moved into working for the Realtor organization, doing legislative analysts, some local level lobbying, mostly out in the Metro Detroit area. So I have a high degree of experience and, experience and expertise when it comes to working with local governments as they seek to build not only their legislative policy, their slate, and not only that, but how they accomplish that through action, through language, through the passage of bills through the legislative process. So not only when it comes to working internally with members, but also, like I said, externally with stakeholders, I have a large degree of responsibility and a large degree of experience. So for example, working with GMAR, the Greater Metropolitan Association of Realtors, I worked with a lot of local governments, such as Royal Oak, such as New Baltimore, such as Warren, such as, anybody who would be considered in that area as they look to really expand their downtown development authority type actions, really look to invigorate those who live within their communities and within neighboring communities to really come to downtown areas to create a sense of community, and as well to create a large surplus, I would say, of housing. Those communities, as you probably know, have a lack of housing and a lack of affordable housing, especially. So with those communities, I worked through their legislative processes, through varying degrees of city councils, city government setups, whether it was strong mayoral systems, weak mayoral systems, city managers, worked to really navigate those processes and kind of work on behalf of realtors to not only expand those downtown areas and the opportunities that were there, but also do that through the actions of the city council. So legislatively, taking not only their actions, but also the data that we were generating as realtors, whether it was incoming residents, whether it was, home sale prices, tax base, those levels of data points, and we took them to really help bolster those downtowns, those community levels, especially when it came to things like I said, moving new families in, reducing housing prices, and creating that sense of community. I think you really seek in those levels of those types of governments and those communities. So not only that, really navigating those legislative processes and working there, it was across 70 plus municipal governments. So taking the actions and taking those data insights that you're working through with not only the realtors, but external other organizations such as home builders, such as groups that are trying to either bring in skilled talent, skilled trades, really trying to build up not only a diverse base of labor and workers, but also really making sure they fit into the long-term planning of those communities. So my experience overall with legislative action, I think has been wildly varied. And then post that, as I came back from working in Southfield, working with all those metropolitan governments, I jumped back into the state legislative process, really working on healthcare as a big issue with the Michigan Academy of Family Physicians. So my experience, just to sum it up, my experience with the legislative process, I think has been overviewed to a point where I have a great experience not only with the state government, but also working within a legislative government that represents local municipalities and really helping them guide not only their actions to be the best as far as it goes for efficiency, I would say, and really working to ensure that you're taking the most appropriate actions through the legislative process, and not only doing that, but also taking the time, the energy to do it correctly the first time. And backing that up with data and analytics, I think really was what we took a lot of pride in when working with the realtors. There's a lot of data points you can access through home sales, through time on market, through property tax bases that we were able to help make a lot of informed decisions at that level. So I'm happy to answer any questions about my previous experience, but I would say that's a pretty good overview of where I've been, how long I've worked with the legislative process, and what I've used my skills to accomplish within various legislative settings.
Yep. Can you please describe how you adapt to new information you obtained during your research?
Absolutely. So I think a good example of this was when I was working with many of those local communities within the metropolitan Detroit area. I was working, I would say the best way to say this is I was working on behalf of the realtors to see if there was a middle ground to find for short-term rentals. Personally, I never felt that they were going to mesh well in many of the bedroom communities that we were working within, but my task was to find a way to see if there was a way to implement short-term rentals within many of those bedroom communities, whether it's the least invasive way, whether it's to allow individuals to really just use their one home, or if it was, as with some of the communities. I mean, Farmington I worked in places like Farmington Hills. They had a really booming, and they still kind of do have a booming travel hockey kind of experience with Alex DeBrincat kind of being from the area. They have some very large draws for the hockey community there. So working on that issue for short-term rentals, it's a highly unpopular, I think you could say, issue for a lot of local governments. It takes housing away from many local families. It makes housing more unobtainable. It makes it unattainable for many low-income families. So working within that, there were several situations where, as for the property tax base and talking about how that taxation would affect, not only the revenue for those municipalities, I think there were several situations, and like I said, especially with Farmington Hills, where they were more receptive to the idea of short-term rentals. You're fine. So really the action, what happened was we found that the tax base they would really gain from short-term rentals and from like opening up a lot of their neighborhoods to these types of actions would not fit with their community planning. I mean, that was actually, I think, more of a commonality than the realtors would like to admit, but this was a bigger situation where we really ran into that kind of wall. So in that regard, I had really, I think, the responsibility to take that information and say, hey, this is actually not a good move, and really work to build my trust with that community rather than just trying to push through short-term rental propositions or legislation that would maybe benefit a couple of rental landlords, individuals who would buy up housing within Farmington Hills area. So taking that action and really not only kind of going against what I think many of our members would have thought was the responsible move or the move I was hired to do. I thought that it was more important to build that sense of community, that sense of that we're on the same side and building up property values, property base, ensuring that homes are accessible for people. And I took that information to my allies, my members, and really kind of settled out this is a bad place to push this type meeting, essentially, where we sat down with many of those Farmington Hills and Farmington council members and just really said to my members, I understand this is what we want as an organization, but as an organization, we also need to be understanding to the individual areas we're working within. You know, for that job, realtors really work to ingrain themselves in the community, really work to become a larger part of the community, whether they're natives or transplants. So really, I thought that was a good switch with that task. And so that taking that action, I think really it helped us retain a good relationship with those members of Farmington and Farmington Hills. Not only that, but I think our membership gained a general boost when it came to visibility, when it came to viability as partners, when it came to building those communities. So while we weren't and didn't push those short-term rental expansions, allowing people to rent out their homes maybe on a weekly or monthly or however long they wanted to basis, at the end of the day, the realtor organization, the GMART, did build a better relationship with those communities by taking that insight, that data that said this is actually just long-term not going to be good for anybody other than we'll be able to mark it up as a win, and built that longer-term relationship that I think really benefits those community relations when working for an organization like that. So at the end of the day, no short-term rentals, but we did have a better relationship with those two communities, especially as they were dealing with a lot of pushes for people to open up their homes, create more instant value for a select few, rather than looking at the long-term planning and who could be able to afford a home and who would be able to move there rather than, you know, the instant profit from it.
Thank you.
All right, so the next question we have is, can you tell us about one or two policies you've gathered and analyzed data for, a policy recommendation in which you played a key role that resulted in cost savings, streamlined and improved processes and procedures or policy changes?
Absolutely. So my favorite one to talk about is when I was working within the Michigan House of Representatives. This was probably, I spent about 2.5 years working on e-prescribing, which was, if the name doesn't tell you all you need to know, it's the electronic transmission of prescription information. For the longest time, there was still an ability for doctors, doctors and prescribers to write paper prescriptions and have them filled at a pharmacy. This led to not only a loophole for fraud. There was a debate on how much fraud was actually happening, but also the ability for waste, for misprescribing, I'm sure everyone has seen their doctor's handwriting and had at least several questions about what it says. So working with that, so taking that from the beginning, I started working on e-prescribing, I believe, in probably 2017. And I don't believe it passed until late 2018, early 2019. So starting there, really what the biggest argument was and where we started our work on was that fraud aspect. out and really working with not only the departments, but also the pharmacies, especially large chain pharmacies, because this is where you see a lot of this happen, but also working with our local smaller pharmacies that were probably more proponents of this. So e-prescribing started as really just looking to close the loophole, whereas many of your anything that went through Medicaid was already required to be prescribing. So many of your large chains were already working on it and already had the systems in place to do it. But where we really had to start was really showing that it was a benefit, not only cost-wise, but also in time saved and efficiencies when it came to smaller pharmacies, when it came to family-owned groups, and when it came to those smaller doctors' office that might not have this program. Because as you know, or as you may or may not know, these systems do cost quite a bit, and access to them is normally a subscription, or you're buying in for several years to access these systems, to have your prescriptions be able to be sent, and not only be sent but verified and be federally compliant when it comes down to prescribing of controlled substances. So starting in like I said, in 2017, we really worked to gather that data about fraud. So that's where we started, and we really found that there was about of fraud that was happening within prescribing. About 30 to 40% of it was happening with paper prescriptions, where either it was complete forgery, someone would be able to access or they had special paper that you could use to prescribe, and that was supposed to be the deterrent, the control for preventing anyone for any non-medical personnel from fraudulently filling out a prescription. So I guess, worked with not only CVS, Walgreens, but also many local small doctor's office to figure out not only how we could advance this and put in timelines, but how it would actually affect the system as a whole. So to your question, we really, the biggest actions we took to ensure that there would not only be a solid timeline for this, that it wouldn't be a 10-year process, but also that many of these local small prescribers or fulfillers would be able to manage this. We took a lot of these data points and really found that like a 3-year timeline, as well as grants from the MDHHS, would be able to really close the gap when it came to these systems. And also we're able to talk to many of these organizations, companies that provide these, such as Epic, to find ways that we could provide funding or access to smaller pharmacies, and especially in rural pharmacies, prescribers' office, because that was also another worry. So taking those actions, we were able to not only provide a solid timeline that would provide, it was doable, and also was impactful in a way that fraud was reduced from, that 20 to 30% of paper prescribing gone. So we were able to take that entirely off the market, no more paper prescriptions allowed, and also to really reduce the impact on staff time, especially because there was a lot of cases of individuals having to call back to either their doctor's office having to call back to pharmacies to confirm prescriptions, to really confirm amounts and confirm dosages. So taking that action and that analysis and really ensuring that those data points not only made it to those small prescribers, but also larger health systems and larger doctors' offices that may have been still using paper prescribing, we were able to show them that over the long term, they would be saving money, and they would be saving time, and they would have an increased efficiency when it came to e-prescribing. And again, this was not a short process, and none of this happened overnight. This took two-ish years to get really done, and really wasn't implemented or signed in for 2.5 years. Took this through 2 legislative sessions to get it to the governor's desk. So as a result, though, e-prescribing is now obviously the standard in Michigan. You can't have a paper prescription in Michigan, regardless of what situation you find yourself in, regardless of really any circumstance. There is accessibility to the e-prescribing software for all levels of prescribers, for all levels of pharmacy. There was like a 2-year loophole, I believe, if I remember the bill correctly, we wrote in to allow for the closing essentially of those paper gaps, to say it's a new implementation of a system. we understand there may be difficulties. We understand there may be problems with getting these systems perfect, with getting them up and running. And also there are such as technology outages. So with that, I believe we really reduce not only the amount of fraud, but again, by making this a standardized system, by making this a point where you don't have to have this constant communication between doctors' offices and prescribers, we reduce the need and the inefficiencies, I think you could say, within a lot of these processes.
Thank you. The next question I have for you is, please describe how your responsibilities have changed during your time performing data analysis or policy evaluation and the scope of your current responsibilities.
Absolutely. So I think the biggest way I can talk about how my responsibilities, my roles have changed, not only over my career, but in, my more recent roles. I would like to talk about my time at GMAR, especially for this, because my duty there originally started as more of a community outreach specialist, some lobbying, some outreach to really try and influence and work on legislation, especially across those 70 plus municipalities. There's a lot of variation when it comes to, how they write their legislation, how they take it through the process. There is a lot of variation within those smaller governments. So through my time at GMAR, I was really more expected to be phased to rely upon our state arm and our national arm when it came to specific policy changes, especially people with more legal experience than I had. However, during my time there, and while I evolved through that role, I became not only someone who was helping other municipal governments write legislation and form legislation in that regard, but also in a way, I was tasked with increasing our footprint within the local community and really within and the efficiencies not only there, but also policy-wise within the internal, association and how it managed itself. So I think that there were really two big actions that came out of that. Number one, as I said, I started helping a lot of our local municipalities look at some of their, especially stuff like parking standards. There was a couple places, especially like Royal Oak, where I helped them look at their parking standards, talk about how new builds could be, it pushed through the process and pushed in a better way. And there's a better word I'm looking for. I'm probably not going to find it by the time I finish any of this, but really looking to increase the efficiency in which they got new builds up, especially in their downtown area. Parking is a huge issue, and we're downtown Royal Oak continues to be, especially they have a new parking system they implemented about 4 years ago, 3-4 years ago. And so really with that expansion of my duties was outside of the original scope I was hired for. Additionally, GMAR went through a large transformation while I was there, and they decided to start their own internal data system for their members. I assisted our internal team in writing the policies and procedures that they would need to use for that system. Because if you're not aware, or if you are aware, most all real estate deals go through what is called an MLS, a listings. It's a multiple listing service, and the data in there is highly confidential, it's highly private, and it can't be shared externally. So while GMAR was forming its own MLS, I was assisting with writing the policies and procedures that would really be used by its members as they access that data. Also helping with increasing how our board worked in regard to that, because that data, that section of the business also became a huge issue when talking about how the board of directors, which was all volunteer leadership, would be able to access, use, and report that data essentially to the membership. So through those two actions, especially, my role evolved from more of a face, a community liaison within the organization, to one of technicalities, and specifics when it came to policy writing, when it came to internal operations, and especially how individual people were working within the systems they were working with and the rules and guidelines they had to follow. So I think I grew quite well into those roles, and I think I maintained many friendships, not only with GMAR itself, but with those individuals who I worked with in those municipal governments.
Okay, I'll ask the next few questions. How do you approach analyzing a new policy proposal?
That's a great question. And I personally believe that my first approach in analyzing any new policy is I love to just read the bare bones of it, the base text. I don't think you can really rely on, especially when you are providing analysis to anyone else, or your analysis is going to be used in other regards. I don't think you can rely on anyone else's take or reading of it. So I like to essentially approach in two ways to that. And the first read through is impact on individuals operating within that effective policy, whether it's citizens, whether it's internal employees, whether it's other organizations. So reading through and analyzing a piece of legislation, I really like to look for individual impact, whatever the individual might be. Number two, I like to then go through and look for fiscal and or monetary impact as it works. So, that's not applicable to every policy, but I do think that reading it in those two ways and really looking at it on its face value with those two lenses is the most beneficial and efficient way for me to analyze any legislation, especially when it comes to, anything that is either A, time sensitive, or B, highly contentious. Really looking for who is it going to impact and how, and then how is it going to impact the monetary lifeline or the bloodline of any group, individual, or even the organization passing it. I think are the two key ways to really analyze legislation and how I get started on them.
Okay, thank you. What do you? Can I interject for a second? Sure.
Grant, just so you know, we have about 12 more questions. And
Okay.
so we have another interview after you.
Yeah, well,
Shorten your.
yes, absolutely.
Really appreciate
No
it.
problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. What do you think are the key skills needed for a successful policy analyst?
I think reading comprehension is number one. Obviously, the communication is right up there. I think you need to not only be able to understand what you're reading, but be able to express it to others in a very clear and concise way. I think that comes down to, several opportunities I think you have, but really when it comes to communicating those points, you need to be clearly spoken and clearly written. It needs to be able to be understood. And I think that is the main role of someone who works in a legislative analyst position, is to put these large, complex legislative documents into language that anyone and everyone can really understand and understand its impact. So, and I think third, I think it is really that ability to do that data research. I think that is high up there, because not only do you have to be able to talk about it and communicate it, but you have to be able to see the insights and the deep impacts of it that really can happen. There's been several pieces of legislation where, the immediate impacts of it are not clear, and it takes that level of detail-oriented reading and comprehension to get to those levels.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I have the next two questions. Tell us about the audiences receiving your reports in your current or previous employment and in reporting to boards and or city councils. There are currently 8 council members you would report to.
Absolutely. So I've written documents for, I think, any level of audience you could really imagine. Not only have I written, obviously, for state representatives or for committees at large, but I have also taken and done analysis for volunteer board members, such as the board of directors for my previous employers. I've also done it for our general membership in my previous work in associations. So not only breaking that down in a way of people who live maybe in that volunteer leadership world, but also people who don't, and who are just a run-of-the-mill realtor who is really looking to understand how a piece of legislation, either at the state or local level, is going to impact their business. And not only that, but putting it into a concise manner where they can digest it within, a couple minutes and not have spend, the time I do researching and analyzing tasks and the information that comes down from that pipeline. I also think that I would like to underline, I also, have written it for highly educated professionals such as doctors. My last role was working for the Michigan Academy of Family Physicians, and really taking that insight. I never thought you could write those analysis, same analysis for some general membership in the realtors and the general membership within the physicians. That's 2 different levels of people you're talking to. So communicating those insights and that's always been a part of a challenge of that work, is communicating those insights to a diverse group of audiences and making sure that your communication is written for the group you're trying to impact or help understand the policy you're researching.
Thank you. How do you ensure your policy recommendations are based on solid evidence?
Well, I think you actually have to bring your evidence with you. I mean, especially in legislative work and analysis, there is always the big problem with whether it is colloquial information, solid data, whether it's just euphemism or, personal feeling when it comes down to why someone is supporting legislation. But I don't think that's how you run legislative analysis. You have to bring some level of data to support your insights, whether it's local insights from community members, whether it's data from census or tax-based information. There is no argument. You're not trying to make an argument. You're trying to support an assertion. So you're not trying to convince someone of why your insights are right. You're trying to show them why your insights are right. And I don't think you can do that with any level of information that isn't grounded in some factual, either quantitative or qualitative analysis.
Thank you.
What methods do you use to predict potential unintended outcomes of a policy?
Well, personally, I align it to playing something like the crossword. So you really have to think about how every word can be interpreted is how I've always approached it when doing legislative analysis. I think you have to take the look at not only take the word individual, for example. Individual can mean a wide variety of things in our current legal definition of how of individual. And I think when you really expand that thought process and really try to approach it from multiple ways or from multiple angles, especially, I don't think you can ever assume that it has one impact, especially when looking at legislation or any legal law, any legal document, any law document. I mean, I don't think you get into this line of work without understanding that as a principle of the work. So the methods I really use are really looking for former precedents. I think that really looking into seeing if there is other examples of either language being interpreted in a different way or an unexpected way, or looking especially at other governments who have maybe done similar actions. I think that's the greatest thing we have with a lot of our access to not only the internet, but also the wide variety of local governments and state governments and legislative bodies that take actions like this, is you typically are able to look for previous groups or bills, I would just say, that have gone through the process, have had similar language, and really can see where they've kind of come out and where they've had either hiccups, roadblocks, or where you can see where individuals have taken that language that maybe you interpreted only one way and have ran with it in a completely different direction. I also like to work in a group setting in that regard. I do like bouncing ideas and thoughts off of other individuals, because as an individual myself, I can't have all the viewpoints in the world. And I do think there's so many people out there who are not only valuable resources when doing that work, but also valuable viewpoints in figuring out those unintended consequences, the impacts it could have on individuals, and really looking outside my own experiences to find those people.
Grant, can you discuss approaches that you have used to work harmoniously with people at all levels of the organization while also maintaining independence and objectivity?
Absolutely, yeah. So obviously I've worked with, as you've kind of heard from my experience, I've worked with some very diverse groups of people. I've worked with, business people who are only linked by business, people who are only linked by geography. And I think really working I think in any situation like that, you're going to find people who don't relate to you, who don't have similar viewpoints as you, and who have different goals than you, and also different experiences. So I think the first thing you have to do when working in large, complex, diverse groups like that is you have to maintain a level of respect, not only for the people you're working with, but for the people you're working opposite of. And really remembering from my point of view and my perspective is that I can't take any of it personally. and because I think that's the fastest way to destroy respect for someone else is to think you are being personally attacked, targeted for the work you're doing. And I think when you take that base level of respect, you open up a lot of other doors to yourself. Empathy is great when it comes down to trying to relate to other people, but respecting what they've gone through and the way they've worked and how they've gotten to that situation as well is the only way I think you're going to actually have a marginal collaborative approach. You're obviously never going to get everyone on the same page. It's impossible to have everyone move in the same direction. We're humans. We're too individualistic for that. However, when you start with respect and when you start with understanding not only what people are working towards, but why they're working towards it, you find yourself in a place where none of it is personal anymore. A lot of it is professional. And pushing through that boundary, I think, just opens up a lot of other collaborative approaches that you wouldn't normally otherwise find. I don't think there's any better answer for that question than respect, because it all stems from that. You can talk about, like I said, empathy. You can talk about, trying to be collaborative, finding that approach, but none of that really happens without respect, in my opinion.
Yep. All right. Next, I have a question. Tell us about a time when you faced challenges in interpersonal communication, conflict, and/or resistance from uncooperative individuals when you were performing auditing and reporting duties, and how you handled that situation.
Absolutely. So for this question, I like to go back to my time working within the Michigan House. Working on the Energy Committee, I think there was there's kind of a large disconnect between the actions that those representing people were trying to take and the actions that utilities were trying to take. And those two directions, unfortunately, are always going to clash, in my opinion. And I don't think there's ever going to be a way where they're perfectly aligned. So being the bridge for that, being the bridge between the committee itself as the staff of the chair and those stakeholders, the utilities, really came down to knowing where, at the end of the day, the goal of the committee was. And so those interpersonal communications are always going to be difficult. Utilities have a lot of people who work for them that have a singular goal, who have an idea and a demand about how things are going to play out. So there was always conflict in that regard, especially as we tried to do anything, I would say, that the committee was actually interested other than just, no one was interested in it, but raising rates seemed to be the only goal of the utilities at that point. So I think with that interpersonal communication, not only between myself and those individuals working for the utilities, but myself, the committee members, and then the committee members to those utilities, either around me individually. I think that we really ended up, I apologize. I lost the actual thread of the question. Could you repeat it for me?
Yeah. So tell us about a time when you faced challenges in interpersonal communication, conflict, and/or resistance from uncooperative individuals when you were performing auditing and reporting duties, and how you handled it.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah. So there's obviously a lot of conflict there between those who are trying to regulate the utilities and those who are the utilities themselves and those who are paid to work for the utilities. So myself, I think in that regard, and it sounds maybe a little reductive and maybe ridiculous, but I think being the adult in the room at that point was always kind of how I had to work through it. And working through those interpersonal communication issues, especially when it came to either accusations by committee members of what we were doing for the utilities, accusations of the utilities of what we were doing for committee members. I think there's a level of understanding of why everyone was in the room. And it's really that in this regard, it was providing power to Michigan. That was the only common thread that united everybody, because there was a varying degree of ideas of how that should be done. But when it comes down to it, and really having those conflicts, especially when the committee had one direction they wanted to go and it was completely antithetical to the directions that the utilities wanted to go, I think you have to just remain, I think, upright and adult in those situations, and not let it get devolved to a point, especially where interpersonal communication becomes personal.
And then next, describe how you explain complex policy issues to non-policy audiences.
Absolutely. So, I mean, this is similar to that question about working through audience and the various audiences I've worked for. So I think the biggest rule when working within legislative analysis and really breaking it down for people who might not be used to it is the removal of jargon, especially, and to assume that there is no understanding of how government works. So starting from ground zero is always a good way, especially when working with a general audience, a constituent audience as well. So taking those insights and ensuring that they're digestible by everyone, I think also it is really the skill of the position, but it comes down to relating it to their lives in some way or another. I think personal anecdotes are always great to really relating to people, as well as general situations. I think everyone can kind of understand Schoolhouse Rock because it talks about how you are impacted by the process. And I think that's always a great way to really work through those legislative insights and really breaking them out for a maybe more general or less familiar with politics in general, the legislative process type of audience. Obviously you have to remove jargon. You have to remove those references to anything that isn't immediately obvious or apparent within the analysis you're doing. And especially, I think when doing legislative analysis, I think the more you can explain just the general situation and not rely on assumed knowledge or information, it goes such a long way when talking to an audience like that.
Thank you.
Tell us about a situation where you have handled sensitive, confidential, or controversial information and how you handled communication and resolution in that situation.
At my time at GMAR at the Realtors, I was an advisor to the board as part of my position. So within that position, I was privy to every piece of confidential information the board saw, which included at that time the expansion of the association into the data space, into an MLS, which was actually without having to go in like 30 minutes into explaining how half this stuff works, and it's ridiculous and silly. It was a breach of several contracts they had going on that they were waiting to expire. However, there was a lot of argument about obviously who had breached the contract first, how that legally played out, and there was a lot of legal advice flying back and forth both ways. So taking that information, and not only did I have to conceal it and keep it confidential from obviously the membership at large, but also other employees in the workspace. So understanding, I think, the responsibility that's been given to you in those situations, and not only that, but like the professionalism that comes with this type of work. You cannot be someone who doesn't understand what confidential and secret information is when it comes to even writing a lot of this stuff or working externally, especially when you are in many of the roles I've had, working internally and externally with a lot of groups. There is a firewall there between the information you have. And in this situation, truthfully, there was a third one where I couldn't even spread information or talk about things internally with other coworkers, people who I considered close friends, or people who I honestly thought deserved to know the information because it was going to wildly change their roles within the association. However, that's part of the work, and you have to understand that that is not your decision to make. I think that's the biggest thing, is understanding your part in the hierarchy and your part in the decision-making process makes that really easy to really put that firewall up between those pieces of information and information, the data gathering, the information streams you're subjected to in that position. no one was happy when they found out I had known for all of, 8, 9 months about the actions that were going to be taken. But when you talk about that and you talk to individuals about that, you just have to hope they can understand that you are part of that process and they respect your professionalism when it comes down to your ability to keep that information confidential.
How important are stakeholders in your policy analysis process, and how do you gather their input?
Stakeholders are incredibly important. They're not the most important, obviously. I mean, it truly does depend on the situation, but there is a level of working in legislative analysis where you're either working for a group or for a government, and whoever you're working for is your prime stakeholder. So everybody else takes second fiddle. Whether that means one thing or the other, it always means that you have to take their input, but you don't have to take it as gospel, in my opinion. So to reach out to individuals, I think is a very complex process, especially when you're working on something that you may be working for a group that you don't have that notoriety where everyone automatically engages with your organization. Had this a lot when working with the realtors, working with either other groups or especially other governments. We were considered a non-necessary stakeholder in a lot of these. So my personal approach to it is really twofold. You look for groups and then you look for individuals. And those are two different processes that you have to expand upon as you go through it. But really the best way to start to gather that input, I think, is to really engage with groups that might be interested in your actions in the legislation you're working. So I think it's a process that you really build upon that outreach. So starting with large groups, starting with your familiar stakeholder groups such as, either community groups, statewide stakeholders. I think through that, then you get a lot more outreach to individual, but you really do have to, I think it's imperative that you keep gathering that input regardless of the level of, or the volume of individual that is, whether it is a large group, a small group, or an individual. I think you have to really work through gathering that. And that process is kind of like building a pyramid in a lot of ways. And that's how I approach it is, you start with your large stakeholders, you move down. And I find that as long as you maintain good relationships, you will usually find that your large stakeholders will point you to smaller stakeholders, and your smaller stakeholders will point you to smaller stakeholders. And they might point you to individuals who are set in a community, in a situation where they're the perfect person to talk to about the impact of what you're working on.
Thank you.
All right, I have two of the last three questions. Describe how you would advocate for a policy position in a situation where your policy recommendation faced resistance.
I think if you've done your work correctly, you obviously have some level of data to lean back on. And if you don't, you have some level of stakeholder engagement to lean back on. So I think that is the biggest way to really defend your policies. And I think we see a lot of examples of the other side of that, where it is either personal anecdotes or it's it's information that is not, it's support that is not tied to any specific data point. So I think when you really are looking to defend maybe an unpopular opinion or really something that is going to be unpopular among stakeholders or unpopular among individuals, you really need to be able to lean back on either data or stakeholder engagement if it works out that way. And if not, I think you need to lean on something other than your own experience or feelings about it, obviously. So defending those, if you don't have some level of understandable quantitative or qualitative data to lean back on to provide to other individuals who have a problem with you, with the action and the position you're advocating for, you've done it wrong, because then you're flapping in the wind without any support. You've made your position and you have no way to back it up.
Thank you. Tell us about a time you faced a tight deadline and limited resources.
Yeah, so I faced several of these when working for the realtors. Obviously, we weren't the closest partner of all 70 communities that I worked with, and we weren't the favorite of, I think, half of them. So there was a lot of instances where I would find out day of, day before of legislative action that was going to take place, maybe in a separate, in Macomb County or maybe in Oakland. And I would find out 2 days beforehand of actions they were going to take, the intended vote on the process, and really that they were going to move forward with the issue with very little stakeholder engagement, and especially not ours. So taking those, I think you have to look at them as an opportunity to show that you aren't going to be dissuaded by what I always considered some level of legislative trick. It's not. I think I grew past that, but I'll go with the time I worked with New Baltimore, but before they really got kind of into being someone we worked really closely with. It's a similar situation as with Farmington and Farmington Hills with short-term rentals. They were looking to do an outright ban, and as the association position was that we don't support outright bans. I really had to not only turn and burn for on a 2-day timeline, but also not only had to provide a policy and a position officially of the association, but I also had to take our whatever resources we had to reach out into New Baltimore, whether it was individuals, whether it was connections that our association had, or whether it was just me, myself making calls. Within all of 48 hours, I managed to reach out to the mayor and 2 council members, as well as 3 members of our own leadership team, whether it was our internal committees and our board of directors, to really reach out and work on that issue. So I think it just showed that we were ready and willing to engage regardless of the timeline. And I think it showed that we were able to provide a policy position and also insight when it came down to it. And I personally had, about a dozen or 2 dozen of those a year when it came down to local governments taking action, and whether it was just limitations of the local government not being able to provide agendas or final language. That was one of those roles where I had to be prepared to work on a moment's notice on any issue that came up within any of those municipalities.
Thank you.
Grant, what are your greatest strengths and weaknesses?
I think my greatest strength is my ability to build relationships across diverse communities. I don't think I've ever met a person I can't have some level of a conversation with. I do like people. That's why I got into politics in the first place. And I like understanding where people come from and the way they've lived their lives. I like understanding how they've gotten to the point they're at. I also think that, taking that and extrapolating that into actionable legislation has always been a good thing of me, a good strength of mine. Really taking those people I meet and working to build policies that make their lives better. But really working in a way that allows me to then take those legislative actions, those policies, and take them back to people and explain to them not only why I think it's a good action, but why I think it's good for you. I think my ability to relate to people on an interpersonal level has always benefited me. As for my greatest weakness, I really think it is my finalized polishing of things. I love to get into elbow deep into everything I can. And I love to get as deep into issues that I find personally interesting, that I find impactful as often as possible. I think my biggest problem is that when that happens, I can, maybe my grammar isn't the best. Maybe my formatting isn't the best on a document. And I really do want to take those actions. And I do believe I take those actions every time I work in a new position to build myself and become a better polisher of the work I do, especially because I love this job. I love this type of work, but I think it can also lend itself to, especially in legislative actions where there's short timetables, short turnarounds, emergency situations, to maybe work that doesn't always seem fully polished. And that's something I really do want to keep working on myself. To give a personal anecdote, I love baking. I've been baking since pre-pandemic, and I'm very upset it became a pandemic hobby because I had a hard time getting flour for the longest time. But I think that's something I've really taken on in a larger way to work with, because that is precision. That is really working with those with formula recipes, and you have to be precise in finishing them, and you have to be deft in finalizing your product. And I think I've really tried to take that and implement that more into my work. I always think I'll have more to do because there is a beauty and there is a polish you can put on a lot of this stuff that I think takes it to the next level. And I think that's something I'm still chasing.
Thank you. And did you have any questions or any work examples that you needed to provide to us outside of what you've already shared?
No, the only question I would have is, what is the timetable for making a decision?
Yeah, so we do have a few other interviews that we need to conduct. And then after that, we will deliberate and then we will follow up with our human resource department and you will then hear from them. We are looking to expedite the process. So I would say before the end, for about a month or so, potentially, you may hear something from us. So in some capacity. So I appreciate your time.
No, I appreciate yours. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll walk you back up front. And
Everyone has a great rest of your day. Enjoy the sunshine and go Tigers.
Yeah.
We'll try to Jack. Okay.
What is this?
I think they were delayed last time I checked.
Still raining there.
Yeah, they're delayed.
Oh, yeah.
Did I do all right?
Not in the queue yet. For the person.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Did you? Is that your phone going off?
And you eating
We
your,
got a game today. You going to the game at 6?
I'm here.
Then,
Oh, Christian went home sick from school today, so I'm guessing no. So there's gonna be a gap between when John has to go to the ballpark and me getting out of here.
He has to go probably in like 20 minutes.
My kids are at the park. I just opened the back door,
and then run
right out the
free.
doggy door, in and out of the park all day long.
Back anyone you see online yet?
she says he's not in the queue, so she's
Right.
gonna call him. Oh, sorry.
Still got to do that.
He's out there. Did you want to talk about?
Yes, let's go
We could
ahead
jump
and,
to other,
yeah, let's jump to other.
and you could do the resolution and or the meeting date for the next time to make a decision.
Let's jump to the resolution first. So President Cost brought this resolution to the committee after some conversation amongst council members and also from our council administrative assistant Renee, and recommended a salary increase to $7,000 in recognition for years of service to the Lansing City Council. And again, we are, as Committee on Personnel, to review any proposed recommendations for approval. And the effective date, we were going to backdate it to September 29th. And outside of that, that is the resolution. Any discussion? Councilman Costa?
Yeah, it's pretty cut and dry. Essentially we're recognizing her years of service to increase her salary to 70,000. It also helps us retain this position, this individual in that position who was looking at alternative employment. And it is our preference, I believe, it's my preference and I don't want to speak for everybody, but that we do keep Renee on board. So this is what this is.
Further discussion?
Then I would move the resolution.
All right, we have a proper motion in play. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Opposed? Passes. And this will be effective again on September 29th.
Yeah.
Full council.
Yeah, it'll be on the.
On the next, on October 13th. So I'm still waiting. We need to select a date.
He's
next week.
retiring. There's no rules for him anymore.
I know. Clearly.
Nobody above the.
For after,
Do we need to be live for him to come in? Because he says he's trying to get in, it says it's not live.
Are you trying to join the YouTube? That sounds like.
She's actually talking to him
What time is it?
through the phone.
Yeah, if only there was an IT that was on duty.
Ryan, I wish someone could help us with that IT issue.
You should be able to just.
Okay.
I already countered.
Person really is.
Huh?
I don't know the person you said.
You don't? Oh, Netflix specials. There's like 8 of them.
What did you say?
No, so I was, I can't say it because we're in a meeting.
Mhm.
It's not on the business agenda.
What's your availability next week?
It's
We'll go back.
full.
We'll go that direction.
Which
Sherry
calendar?
did point out that we have Kyle on the 13th, but it's pushed back to 6, so if we wanted to do something right before that, before OCA meeting, so maybe 5 or 4:30. We do have public safety on the 14th, Ways and Means on the 15th. If there is no other agenda item, then that would get waived, but currently we have Ways and Means on the 15th, and then operations on the 16th at 4, Ways and Means at 3:30 on the 15th. So we could look at Monday just for a quick brief.
I will be
Discussion.
available Monday. I had submitted an excused absence request for the 16th. So that day I will be unavailable, but I can make any other day that week work.
I know Mondays are difficult.
Well, Tuesdays are most difficult. The city doesn't celebrate Indigenous People Day?
No,
No, I don't think there's anything.
Mm-mm.
for whatever reason, my calendar still puts Columbus Day on there and they don't call it that.
So I'm assuming the motion went 4-0.
Ooh, I didn't think about that.
Mhm.
And what dates are we talking?
We're talking either the 13th,
I know, I know. I keep
At
trying
5.
to set add it to one.
right before OCA is. Isn't that at 5:30? Oh, that's at
You're
5.
That's just, I want to keep going.
Do we have anything?
You could do 5:45. Just right now on the OCA list, I have a bunch of outstanding ordinances. There's
That could be,
updates on the
That's so good. Because it's like.
updates on the ordinances I have. The noise ordinance is supposed to be
For all day.
to address rentals and tenant damage. The freeze on the red tag, if they're working on it, the freeze on the red tag, if it's a new ownership, because he said it was gonna be 2 new ordinances. And then the issues with the FOIAs we've had recently. That's what's on the list.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah,
then,
because I,
You wanna move
okay,
it to?
because the
his
truth is I was on the phone for an hour with him today.
Mhm.
So he's got like 3 times the list now,
okay,
because I
So-
forgot
so-
about our CPA and everything else.
so could we do our decision for personnel on the 13th at 5?
As long as you.
That works for me. Yeah. Are you good Monday at 5?
And when do you want to have OCA? Now you're canceling it?
Or the 27th?
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna cancel
Yeah,
Monday?
just cancel Monday. And we'll move it to the next
And we'll
time.
move to 27th.
So I'm
And we'll
sitting
do
here and I'm like.
Personnel at
what is
5 on
that?
Monday,
I
the 13th.
can't figure it
Yeah.
out.
Mhm.
I've worn through them.
Oh my gosh, your soul is coming off or part of it.
Yeah.
What?
Poke of my tail.
Then
best
we're just
shoes on the
waiting
market.
for.
Have you had enough?
Keisha and I got into it. Is he in?
He says he got a thing that someone says someone's gonna let him in the meeting.
Nice rates. Someone asked me if I have any questions. Yes, or
He got an alert from somebody that says he's waiting in the weight room.
You're the worst.
It's the teams.
What that means.
Do you see, this is the team's, link, Larry?
The teams link under the committee on personnel. Our website.
Cause, there is, give me a quick second. Okay, so you have to go to the specific one because there's like, more than one. Are they all the same links? For,
You should go to the Committee on Personnel and the link that says for virtual comment and to participate
Right, so
under the,
there's
Committee
more
on
than
Personnel.
one under the committee and personnel.
Yep.
Under the one that says committee and personnel, that's what you're at. Okay, so I have this, say committee, council committee meetings, and then you scroll down where it says committee.
I'd stay.
Oh, no. Next to Adam once in a while, you'll have markings on all your clothes.
It doesn't,
Spilled coffee on your stuff.
oh no.
Jerry, I just resent you the link.
You're gonna send a link to me so that I can send it.
The reason I've got
Or do you want to give me
at
his
my
email?
desk.
Really?
Yes,
send it
he's
to
like,
both of you.
he's like a child.
He's also the
Gonna
reason
try to-
that Jeremy needed hand sanitizer down there because Adam was coughing so much that one meeting. He's like, I was like, keep it.
I'm gonna
I
forward.
was like, both of you
He-
need to
he
go
is-
home.
I know. And it's like, well, I'm trapped. What am I supposed to do? He's hacking up. the
I
wall.
just sent it to you.
And then
just to you.
Jeremy's sick.
Okay, cause
So then you,
I was like, what happened to mess up?
Yeah.
and
What
then
happened
you
to
can
mess
forward
up?
that to him.
Where's my plastic binder?
Did you
Right.
ever have those?
No, I wasn't on. They did, but we weren't on
right now.
before I came.
Let me give you his email, it's Larry.
Okay.
Upside down, so her-
RRYCA.
Yes.
So she doesn't have a line like.
Yeah, no, it was like down here.
EG
It was smart stuff.
UIN
See your face.
at Gmail.
Sure.
Now I'm gonna have to go to the Dick's Outlet when I'm here by anything.
Is that link gonna give them
You
Yeah,
direct?
I
some
heard those
good
are really good
attention
shoes. I was
spans.
telling John the other day,
Struggling
like,
today.
Okay, so I sent
had a
it.
pair of
I'm
Brooks,
used to
and they're
it.
First. Real.
I'm not
long
used to
shoes, running shoes.
Okay, Larry.
Right, because I just, like, oh, thank you.
There.
Okay, he's there.
Okay, there we go. He's here.
Okay, I think we got you. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna hang up here, okay?
Yeah, right now, they don't know that it's 17.
Yeah.
Or is that right? We let them know.
Larry, you're okay?
Yeah, yeah, because you're getting an echo for Garrison. Muted? October 13th, 5 p.m. We're meeting, right?
Can you hear me? Can you hear us?
That background noise at his end?
I think so.
Larry, are you able to hear us? Are you
Just
able
one
to hear me?
second. I am trying to. Yeah, all right, how about now? Can you
Yeah, I
guys
can
hear
hear
me?
you. Can you hear? We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Perfect. All right,
Can you
technology.
you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for your flexibility and your patience.
Actually, thank you guys. I am here in the concourse of Comerica Park, waiting for a rain delay and a Tiger game to begin anytime in the next hour, I think. So, but thank you.
You're very welcome. Let's take a quick moment to introduce who's in the room in our space, and then we'll get started.
I'm Lisa Hagan Lawrence. I'm with the Office of the City Attorney. I'm the Chief Deputy City Attorney.
I am Sherry Boak. I am the City Council Office Manager.
Councilwoman Tamara Carter, Vice President of Lansing City Council at Large.
I'm Ryan Cost, President Lansing City Council, First Ward.
Attorney Polly Vonnegut, Lansing City Council Person at Large.
Brian Jackson, City Council Person.
Keisha McKitty, hiring specialist in HR.
And I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. McKitty, and then we'll get started on our questions.
Sounds good.
And the interview for the legislative analyst position. The purpose of this interview is for us to become acquainted with you and find out more about your skills. Just as an FYI, there are 17 questions that in mind as you answered each question. Also, we wanted to discuss that this position is a hybrid option, as was posted with the position. That being said, not 100% remote. There are some meetings that you will need to attend in person, and there are some meetings you will need to attend after 5 p.m. If you live out of state and are chosen for this position, there are no funds in the budget that will be able to assist with moving or reimbursement. With that being said, are you still interested in this interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over.
Thank you. And can you pronounce your last name for me, please?
It's Aragine.
Thank you. Can you please tell us about some of your experiences with the legislative process, data analysis, and policy evaluation?
Sure. I've had an opportunity to work for elected officials at all levels of government, and on the legislative side, U.S. House of Representatives, County Commission, and more recently, City Council. At City Council in the city of Detroit, I was chief of staff to a city council member. We managed 9 members that were full part-time, as well as about 6 people that were volunteer. In terms of legislative process, we undertook an enormous amount of intake when it came to the amount of information that our constituents had and wanted information about. We used a couple different CRM tools to track where were the different issues, where we were with respect to a constituent relationship. On the analyzing side, we and I looked at anything from how to develop a Office of Disability Affairs to looking at budget bills to managing and ensuring that Detroiters had opportunities to participate in procurement processes within the city of Detroit. I mean, just an array of different things at the city, at the county. It was a little bit different in the sense that my role was ensuring that we were active within the district that we represented. But as an employee of the chairman of the commission, we also looked at different ways to leverage best practices all across the country to incorporate with Wayne County. This is during a time period when we were building Comerica Park, Ford Field, Midfield Terminal at Detroit Metro Airport. So there was a lot of different things that were moving, and the goal was to ensure that we were able to track, assess, and make the right decisions when it came to those rather large projects. On or within the federal side, or working for Congresswoman Jones, as well as Congressman John Conyers. Their role was more of a legislative assistant and a caseworker, where the issues that I covered included small business, education, environment, and the role there was engaging our constituents, making sure that they were aware of what we were doing, providing the principal, in this case, congressman, congresswoman, with detailed reports as to how to address some of the concerns, but more importantly, where constituents stood with some of the issues at hand that they were facing in the U.S. House of Representatives.
Thank you so much. Can you please describe how you adapt to new information you obtained during your research?
Sure. So it's generally kind of a three-part process. First and foremost, it's trying to understand what has been done in the past, looking at what currently is being considered, and then taking whatever input that's been received, whether it's through formal hearings or through information that's come in, categorizing that, putting it into, I would say, different sets so that I can say, if it was for a proposal and against, you know what those concerns were, and then being able to prepare both a kind of an executive summary to what has come in, as well as having detailed, more robust information for either principal or whoever else is requesting information.
Thank you.
All right. The next question we have is, tell us about one or two policies you've gathered and analyzed data for a policy recommendation in which you played a key role that resulted in cost savings, streamlined and improved processes and procedures, or policy changes.
Sure. So the council member I worked for was very interested and adamant that special needs individuals, those folks that were handicapped and otherwise not able-bodied, that their voice was important. And so he had served as a ad hoc committee chairperson, and we engaged stakeholders to come up with an idea as to how we can best address their needs. Short of utilizing the ombudsman that we had at the city of Detroit, the members of the community and stakeholders felt that there was more that needed to be done. So after, I think it was about 9 meetings in 1 year and then 3 the following, we came up with a plan that would take dollars from a budget increase to hire a full-time employee that would serve in the capacity as the person responsible for an Office of Disability Affairs. So in doing such, we were able to look at best practices in other areas of the country, including in Oregon as well as in Massachusetts. We came up with a model that we thought that would fit best for Detroit. Our engagement interaction with the mayor at that time was very positive. And so when the budget recommendations came across from his office, it included the Office of Disability Affairs. And to this day, that office still exists. It provides opportunities for individuals to have access to government a little bit differently than what they've had in the past.
Thank you. My next question is, please describe how your responsibilities have changed during your time performing data analysis or policy evaluation and the scope of your current responsibilities.
Well, I think, so first, I'm not actively involved with analysis or policy research, any of that sort at the time, right now. What I do right now is I took on a challenge to create something that didn't exist, and established a newspaper that we produce and we publish monthly. Now, how has that changed from what I was doing when I worked for city government in the past or worked for state or federal government? It's changed a little in the sense that my interaction with public is different in the sense that uh, I am trying to convey what I'd like to see as opposed to the opposite, of which I was gathering information to try to understand how to get to the point of what I want to see, what we want to do. You know, in my work in terms of analyzing and collecting information data, it's always about how do we come up with different options, different opportunities, different solutions. In the role that I'm playing now, it's the opposite, where based on the metrics that I have to based on the results I have to produce in terms of finances, I have to be able to do certain things, which means it's if I can't obtain what I'm looking for in one customer, then perhaps it's not the best for them. And I'm looking to another. Well, I still have to.
You're breaking up.
Sure.
No, I think you're breaking up.
Yep, it's still sounding muffled right now.
This isn't any better.
Speak a little bit more.
So I guess what I was saying is I'm not doing that right now. How does it equate to what I did in the past? There are similarities in terms of trying to get to an end result. And it's still having to listen, having to gain, having to ascertain what's the best approach to move forward.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll be asking the next few questions. How do you approach analyzing a new policy proposal?
I think it's similar to what I shared before, and that is understanding what has existed, trying to determine what pain points, if any, there may exist, trying to appreciate, the stakeholders, what they're trying to achieve with this perhaps new policy, and then coming up with some opportunities or options to address it, and being able to provide information in such a way that shows how I came up with the actual recommendation or suggestion. Clearly, there could be multiple solutions, but depending upon what risks may want to be taken or not, it'll be up to the deciding people or to determine what's best. So it's what's going on now, gather as much information as possible, provide a concise report to those that are going to make the decision, and allow them the option to see what's best for them.
Okay, thank you. What do you think are key skills that are needed for a successful policy analyst?
When I've hired folks, there's been a couple of things that I've looked for. First is the ability to turn over all rocks to make sure that we're looking at as many angles as possible to determine the best solution for what we're looking for. The second thing is that I think there's the ability and knowledge to know that time doesn't stop for anyone. So setting a firm deadline in terms of when things are completed, what milestones exist so that recommendation can be made, and ultimately a decision occur. In addition to that, I think folks need to be unbiased when engaging in the types of efforts so that the outcome is not what necessarily they want, but it's what's best. So that's kind of my approach that I take. And I think those are things that would help individuals.
Thank you.
All right, I have the next two questions. First one, tell us about the audiences receiving your reports in the current or previous employment and in reporting to boards and or city councils. There are currently 8 council members you would report to.
Sure. So can you repeat that first part of that question?
Tell us about the audiences receiving your reports in your current or previous employment and reporting to boards and city councils.
So I've had the opportunity to work directly for issues where I reported directly to and providing information as such. I've also had worked for organizations where the case of city council, there are a number of faces that are to work with. And so I think what I've been able to do in working in that type of environment is to be able to listen and understand and appreciate, what each stakeholder is looking to achieve, how best to communicate with them. Some folks want a detailed, report. Others just want executive summary. Others want to be provided information in real time in terms of texting and so forth. So I've done that when it comes to boards, committees, and things of that sort. In the roles that I played the role of an attendee where I'm sitting in kind of similar to what a clerk would do and taking down information, gathering that and making that available to public or others based on what happened during that meeting. Other times I'm a informal participant where I might go to a city council meeting. This is in the case of what I did for Congresswoman Brenda Jones as well as Congressman John Conyers, where I would sit in on on city council meetings in the district. I would provide an update in terms of what we were doing in the office, whether it was in the district or in Washington, and then take questions from those council members. And if I had an answer to provide, I would provide it. If I didn't have an answer, they would get one within 24 hours based on what they were seeking. Those are things that I've done in the past when it comes to interacting and facing boards, commissions, things of that nature.
Thank you. Next question. How do you ensure your policy recommendations are based on solid evidence?
It's first and foremost, it's taking it from the approach that there is no biases. It's, how do we come up with the best solution? And if there are multiple solutions, present them in a way that is going to allow the reviewer, the person that's receiving the information, the option to choose what's best. But I think first and foremost, it starts with being able to look at different types of issues from a broad perspective as opposed to very narrow.
Thank you.
What methods do you use to predict potential unintended outcomes of a policy?
Let's say that again.
What methods do you use to predict potential unintended outcomes of a policy?
That's an interesting question. So when I guess the way I'd say the way I address it would be this. In a lot of the policy outcomes that are being presented, I don't take the approach where it has to fit in a cookie cutter box. In other words, it has to has to be specifically for this way. And as such, it negates the problem of doing the same thing over and over and over, and getting the same solution. It may not be what you're looking for. You know, from the opposite perspective, I approach it as, okay, there are potentially multiple solutions. It's a matter of finding out which is the best one that fits, and allowing the principal to make the decision as to which one that, you know, he or she wants to undertake. And so, you know, when it comes to unexpected outcomes, I would say to a certain degree, I'm not looking for an outcome that has been predetermined. If that's what you want, then, you know, I suspect that that can be done. I mean, if you were to say to somebody, you know, look, I want you to produce a report that shows that we're having success in the number of speed bumps that we're putting in neighborhoods, and there's a positive outcome of that. It has to be positive. Well, if that's what you want done, then I'm going to narrow the scope of who those I'm engaging, so that the only information I'm receiving is from those individuals that thinks it's success. And whereas those other individuals that may say, no, it's had an adverse impact on us because it's done X, Y, and Z, that information would be avoided. So therefore, you wouldn't get the unexpected outcome.
Thank you. Can you discuss approaches that you have used to work harmoniously with people at all levels of an organization while also maintaining independence and objectivity?
Sure. In public sector, I've had opportunities, as I mentioned, to work for a number of elected officials. They're not always seen as having the right or being where one of their colleagues may want them to be. In essence, you know, you may have a person that believes that the amount of funding that our police department is receiving is excessive, whereas the other person may say, no, it's not enough. Well, you have to engage and interact with them in a civil way that's going to allow that continuity in terms of the stuff. In other cases, you may have individuals that are from different political ideologies. And again, you still approach them in a way that is going to allow them to share their concern, because quite frankly, you may learn something from them that you may not have known, and be able to incorporate that into what you're trying to accomplish. Throughout my professional career, I worked with folks from all walks of life. And I think at the end of the day, it's about treating each and every one of us with dignity and respect, and as we want to be treated.
Thank you.
All right, next question I have is, tell us about a time when you faced challenges in an interpersonal communication, conflict, and or resistance from an uncooperative individual when you were performing auditing and reporting duties. How did you handle the situation?
Well, I'll give an example of when I served as chief of staff at Detroit City Council. The member that I had worked for had would resign, and so I reported directly to the council president. This is during a time where we were in the middle of COVID-19. And the biggest challenge that we had was getting resources to constituents that had similar needs to other areas of the city. And so there was some conflict in terms of prioritization. And after having a few conversations with council president as well as her chief of staff, I think they recognized that it was not only affecting what residents in the 7th district I was at was having, but it was in other districts as well. And so collectively, the council approached the mayor's office with more or less a challenge that, hey, we needed to look differently at how the distribution of resources were occurring. And, it started off as being something that could have been very confrontational, but yet it was something that provided with very calm and cool approach to, hey, look, this is what's happening. How do we change it?
Thank you. And next, do you describe how you explain complex policy issues to non-policy audiences?
I think, first and foremost, whenever there's an opportunity to present or engage in a audience, one, you should know who the audience is. Obviously, the folks that are economists that look at things from the perspective as grassroots activists.
You're breaking up again. Can you pause for 1 second? I'm sorry. And then let's try it again and see if we can hear you. We got the first part, but then it broke up.
Sure. So what I was trying to convey was you need to know your audience. You need to be able to articulate to your audience in their layman terms so that they understand and can take the information provided and use it in a manner that's going to be productive for them. You also have to be in a position to listen to them, to understand what concerns they may have, and quite frankly, where they may see things as being very, very positive. So, that would be my approach. Understand the audience, speak to them in their terms, and then listen to see what suggestions or highlights they may have seen.
Thank you.
Okay, tell us about a situation where you have handled sensitive, confidential, or controversial information and how you handled communication and resolution in that situation.
In most of the positions I've had working for government, all information is sensitive. All of the information is should not be shared with the public domain. And so, especially when it comes to casework, things of that nature. So how do you handle it? Well, share the information with those individuals that have the clearances to receive the information. That's it. If individuals are inquiring about what you may be working on that is sensitive and that is not necessarily something that is in the public domain, you share that with your supervisor, and you provide them with an opportunity to engage the individual organization to provide them with whatever information they may be seeking, if in fact it can be provided. But for the most part, for those individuals that have access, that have the clearances to receive what you're working on as far as sensitive material, you provide it to them based on that knowledge that they can receive it. For those that don't, you share with them that that's not something in your purview that you're able to share, but that you're going to provide, you're going to engage the supervisor to find out what approach they may want to take. There's confidentiality when it comes to politics tends to be something that is incredibly important. And even in the work I'm doing right now with paper, there are stories that we embargo and we don't share just simply because that's not something that we're being asked to do at the moment. But when the time comes, we do.
Okay, thank you. How important are stakeholders in your policy analysis process, and how do you gather their input?
I think, stakeholders are extremely important. And in terms of how you gather information, you do it in multiple formats, depending upon what's best in terms of the timing and process. If you're undertaking a project that entails 20, 30 blocks of neighborhoods, that's going to impact them in how they get in and out of that neighborhood. You want to get engaged in the beginning, so that they understand what's to come, and then at the end, what's this project going to look like. I think in addition to that, the stakeholder engagement, that's all, things that can be done in different formats, whether it's public meetings, it's taking information or input from online surveys, so direct request of information that you may have, sending out to stakeholders. I think stakeholder engagement policies. It doesn't necessarily create a solution, but it gives you an edge. Understand
That
perspectives.
last part, excuse me, I'm gonna stop right there. That last part is where you start breaking up when you spoke about the different formats. But then
So,
meeting those stakeholders, if you could start from that point and then
yeah.
move forward.
So, yeah. So what I was trying to share was stakeholder engagement. There are multiple ways to undertake that. Anything from public meeting to surveys online to direct requests to individuals. And that doesn't necessarily mean that there's a predetermined outcome based on, engaging folks. In other words, you're doing it in a manner where you're being respectful. You're not saying to somebody, give me information, send me your responses, and it's not going to matter anyways because we're already going to do this, that, or the other. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I have two of the last three questions. Describe how you would advocate for a policy position in a situation where your policy recommendation faced resistance.
So, there's my thought process is slightly a little bit different in terms of what you're asking. That is this. Throughout the whole conversation we've been having, what I've been sharing with you is that when it comes to creating, assessing, analyzing, when it comes to developing policy, the process that's undertaken, that I undertake, is one that is of inclusiveness. It's one that is trying to appreciate different aspects to get to where we want to go. And then presenting that to principal that's going to make a decision that he or she's going to decide, right? I'm not advocating for A, B, or C. I am merely providing a option. Now, if I'm the decision maker, if I'm ultimately going to make this decision, then the perspective I take is, okay, if I think that we need to use asphalt as opposed to rubber in our speed humps, and I want to advocate for rubber, then that's what I do. But I don't take this position from the perspective of what I present has to be undertaken. I look at it from a different perspective. That's the way I have. So, because I'm not making the decision.
Sorry, was that the
Yeah.
end of the answer?
Yes.
All right. Tell us about a time you faced a tight deadline and limited resources.
there's, can be a number of different areas. In the work I'm doing right now, we face deadlines all the time. We got to go to print on a certain day. We have to have all of our reporting completed. We have to have layout done. All time sensitive, needs to be done. You start off by understanding what those milestone days are in our print process. We're a monthly publication. And so we know that 2 weeks out, we need to have layout pretty much complete. We need to know 1 week out before it goes to printer. We have to have everything done, completed, copyright. Copywriters looking at it, and it's ready for finalization. That's in the work I'm doing now. When it comes to efforts related to my work in government, if we had budget hearings, we had a budget that was, our fiscal year was to begin on July 1, the city of Detroit, which meant that there were certain time that we had to, certain things that need to get done on the calendar to meet that obligation. And so we just backtrack from that to make sure that we're hitting those dates for things that needed to be done. Which means that if we don't, then we're going to be behind and we may not be able to take up something that we need to consider, or we have to figure out a different way, a different approach to get that done. But for the most part, it's looking at a very succinct timeline, and then working through to ensure that we get those things done that need to be done.
Thank you.
Last question. What are your greatest strengths and weaknesses?
I'd say, from area of strength, always wanting to, not afraid of challenges, and willing to put in whatever's necessary to get the job done. Some cases they can be seen as weakness as well, because I think sometimes folks look at opportunities or risks as being a person that's willing to take a risk as being a weakness. And so I'd like to think of myself as being someone that is willing to take those risks, but also someone that's willing to do what needs to be done to get it. I'm not anything and everything that I ask someone else to do. I've done it, or I'm willing to do it as well. Some people will see that as a weakness. Why are you cleaning off a table when you should be in a boardroom engaging with stakeholders at the highest level? Well, because it needs to be done. So I think that's what I would like to consider as in terms of my strength and weaknesses.
Thank you. That concludes the interview questions. Is there any information or work experience examples that you would like to provide to us, or do you have any questions for the collective at this time?
Sure. Yeah, just a couple of questions. So a couple of thoughts, and then let me rephrase question, then some thoughts. Question in terms of the position itself. You're an 8-member board. Who does the position report to?
So, being that we are a council of 8, we still have 2 leadership roles. So we would have our council president and our council vice president, but collectively, any of the council members could ask any services or ask any questions to the position itself. But the person of contact, as far as who you would report to, would be council leadership.
Okay, so does that mean that the responsibility of the person is divided up into 8?
The responsibility of the person is divided up into 8. It could range. The goal is to collectively come together through committees and conversations to really streamline what that would look like. With full transparency, we're still building out the position itself. So this could look in various ways, but collectively it would be where you would just still report to the council leadership, and we would designate the duties, but ultimately you would answer into the body of the council of all 8 members currently.
Okay, so then as part of your central staff, this position would be part of that. And central
Correct.
staff being, okay, all right. Okay, and then the other question I have, is the dynamics of the board is going to change. And in terms of that change, do you anticipate this position being filled before that change or after?
We would like to have it filled before 2026, so before the next fiscal year, calendar year.
Okay, so, okay. And the reason I asked that is, if you have a change you will have a change in board members. And so if those dynamics change, does it mean that this could be a short-term position for 2 months?
No, this is a permanent position.
Okay. Yeah, so those are the questions I had. And do you guys have any questions for me besides what you're asked?
No other questions at this time, but we appreciate your patience and with the technology debacle, but thank you so much for your time. And then your next point of contact will be from one of the representatives from Human Resources.
Okay, well, thank you again for fitting me in. I know this was a little bit awkward in terms of the process and me being here, you being there. But let me just say that growing up on the east side of Lansing, back in the late 80s, was an experience that I continue to have and can continue to look back on. But the city's changed a lot. And I think that where the city is at today, and I just was looking at in terms of the city and the city's budget, in 10 years, the responsibility when it comes to retirement benefits that the city is going to have to undertake for those retirees. You guys, there is a phenomenal opportunity to create something transformational. And I think if provided an opportunity to be a part of it, I would welcome it. I've always been told in the line of business you're describing this position, you're never going to become a millionaire. It's not about money. It's about passion. It's about being able to take things to a completely different level that's going to have impact on the lives of years. So I thank you for the opportunity to share a little about who I am. I hope that what I've shared aligns with what you're looking for. And look forward to next steps.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Have a great afternoon, great evening.
Yeah. They logged out. Okay. So under Another item, would we like to briefly discuss before we move on to the next four for Friday, like we did previously? It was suggested when we did our internal audit interview that we briefly speak about the candidates and then
Dealing while it's fresh.
yes, while it's fresh. So wanted to propose that to the committee so that we can have a brief conversation.
I think there's a lot of fresh things in my mind.
There is a lot regarding the four candidates. And we'll have to do this again collectively on Friday. And then I'll watch remotely and then we meet again at 5 on Monday to make a final decision. If there is if there is a final decision. So I'll open it up to the committee, the body regarding the four applicants.
Like to hear Councilmember Jackson's.
I like
opinion
number three, Mr. Mead. Everybody seemed qualified. Mr. Mead seemed like he got everything. The last candidate also seemed pretty good, but my first vote would be, I guess we don't vote yet, but I like three a lot. Mr. Mead.
I concur with Councilman Jackson's very quick statement.
I do as well. I feel out of the four candidates, we had two stronger candidates that shone through, and they were Mead and our last candidate. But of course, we'll develop further opinions on Friday after our additional interviews.
Yes, I would agree. Mr. Mead had a well-rounded experience with a plethora of examples. And if we had unlimited time, we would probably be indulging in a lot of the examples that he was able to provide us. I would also say with Mr. Arreguín, there was a lot of expertise in his arena as well. Over the other two candidates. So I would like to see Mr. Mead and Mr. Arreguín as a top priority moving into this discussion with the other four candidates.
The one candidate had a very unfair advantage of a Detroit Tigers mascot waving in the back.
And I didn't see it because I was writing.
Legit stopped and was
I
waving.
will have to watch the
Yeah.
playback.
He walked up and started waving into the camera,
I have to
Yeah,
watch that meeting.
yeah, I saw that one.
which makes me
I didn't see
jealous
that.
not being there.
Are we winning?
With Ms.
Oh, still.
Do you need any additional information right now from the body regarding applicants?
That the packets are going to need to be turned in for HR's records. So you can hold on to them now.
The questions?
Yes, at the end, along with the responses. So, yes. Other than that, no, that's it.
Okay, do that. All right, any other business at this time to discuss? With that, we're adjourned at 6:06.
Sorry, I'm so patient.
No.
I'm going to my daughter's game.